This is definitely the Noon:60 of Noon:60s.
Morning. The vibes are off. Today's a real disassociate in the shower for 40 minutes kind of day. Surprisingly, isn't even the biggest contributor to why this was so late. Anyway, hello, morning. Thank you, Banana Bread, for the 15 months. Appreciate it. Modern shower, that's just gonna mean I'm never gonna leave. That will only exasperate the problem. So, maybe. It certainly can't get any worse. Surely, right? Surely it cannot get any worse. I am just constantly refreshing my fucking eBay listing, waiting and hoping for, like, literally any update on the shipping status of the capture card. I just want to get out of here. You know what? Refresh me of my things. Give me my ammunition. Whee! Okay. That's not supposed to be there. Hi, I don't think I've even explained anything. Hello, this isn't a vibes only BLZR, this is a vibes reliant BLZR. Because my brain is just not doing shit right now. I don't know, maybe partway through this, we can get 1 iota of dopamine to awaken my brain. But it's 2 PM and that hasn't happened yet, so, you know, Royal Vanilla Training Grounds, yeah, that's why I was so confused. I'm like, that's not supposed to be there. Because I did just roll a Vanilla Training Grounds, which means if there's something useful on the other side of this, it's actually the worst BLZR seed I've ever played on fucking virtue of having to make the long hike over here. This is close. I hope I have better access to fucking forest than this. But no, that wasn't another crown. That was a blueprint. Front mill. I don't want to write these down. I really don't. Alright, what's on the other side of front mill? Because I can't go to the forwards into. Alright, we're in Aztec lobby. What's on the other side of hashtag Fluffy? Metal, don't need it. That is an exit forest into factory. We shall see how else that works out for me. At the very least, I can't use exit forest to like walk back into the rest of the forest. Like, it's not that important. I keep using that entrance. Like, it's very easy to just like find literally any forest exit. Really? This is what we're going off of this? Morning, Great F. How are y'all? I feel that. I feel that. It's not a real dodge. Cops can't catch you for the first however so many frames after exiting a loading zone. So I was at literally no risk while I walked around there with one hand on the cat. But that's why I had to play the instrument the second time around, because that window had definitely long since closed. Where are you? You are in Galleon. Metal. Let's just pretend there's nothing up broad. I.e. that one spot. Alright. Arcade pole. Is there anything interesting? Cool, I don't need to do that route. That's, like, the best news I've had. Go do the rest of Factory. Which actually means I'm very easy to safely check Exit Factory. Yeah, it's Aztec. Don't need that. A lot of random fairies strewn about, which isn't great. Hornbound. How are y'all? Monkey anywhere good this seed? Anywhere interesting? Caves. Which I can reach if I really want to. Where's these moves I have? PDT. Twirl, Sacks, Charge, Grab, and that's it. What a horrible spread. Yeah, it's a little suspicious looking, but like I'm still missing half of the requirements, both physically and logically. Like I do physically need Mini Monkey, so it's half the literal requirements, and then it also wants Rocky Bear for me to climb up there, which is the logical requirement. We're gonna just open this up anyway. Good sign. Good sign. Thanks, game. There. Good. Because it would be nice to go an LZR seed or two without having to see Aztec Hunky. Probably bought that with tiny coins count. I think she's at like 7-ish, I imagine. Latest dev, yes. This is this is just BLZR, except I really just don't want to write down any fucking hints. I might look at it, but I'm not writing any of it down. At best, I'll know where my entrance sent me, but that's best that's gonna get. Second aisle snides, oranges. Okay. Don't know what you want me to do with that game. Tiny cabin, probably. Just on like its vanilla entrance. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was playing normal level order rando. What the hell? What's on that Splat? Alright, you know. Alright, J-Rad. Well, that doesn't help. What else do I have open? 3. What is this? What are these level entrances? Can you get, like, a real way to access, like, forest, please? No, forest. Not forest lobby. Actual forest. Ow. Please. Something usable. Alright, well that saves me from having to go out the other way, exiting out of Rabbit Room. Monkey's also in caves, so I don't know, maybe we can find something for him around here. And the DK potion, I'm definitely not gonna be able to get. Oh, just DK, cool. It's so weird to only see one thing in a shop like that. I don't think it's expected to rotate all the time. And if it isn't, sometimes I'm like, oh, is something just bugging out? No, it's just nothing for sale. Alright. Wanna give me just like a vanilla cabin? No. Doing BLZR is, yeah, it's BLZR, not vibes only, but like vibes reliant. I just don't wanna fucking read anything. More importantly, I don't want to write anything. It's sold out, surprisingly, more often than a shop that only just has one item. It is surprisingly easier to find a shop that has literally nothing in it than only one thing in it, which is weird. That. Alright, nothing. That. Don't need that. We shall check the boss. I now no longer have any freebie checks to go get Funky off of, which is fine because the only purchase Funky does for me right now is a DK purchase. But the shop would always be a shared purchase? I don't think so, no. Oh, there's the tiny cabin I was talking about. It's on the wrong side of the level. Like, I knew it was gonna be around here. You don't get sacks and oranges and then just not find tiny cabin. Morning, Alta. How are y'all doing? Shocker. Shocker. Hey, where else? Where's Chunky? Anything? Got my tiny gallon. Cool. We'll look for him there. Fuck. Exit caves. Where's that? Hey, look, Galleon! Just what I needed. Let's have a little work. Yep. Feel that one. Have a nice vacation and it's just... No, you don't want to... You don't want to do any fucking work. I think I've had ones where it's like 40 minutes until I find a galleon. It can be buried. Just not very well. Right? There's never been a situation where I haven't found a galleon by like the 1 hour mark, I think. It's AI training. It was a good seed. You got some bits in there. Yeah, you got Kuiper getting absolutely fucking blindsided by Diddy Helm, and then Connor just very confidently saying, yeah, we knew that already, like for like 20 minutes. Oh, phenomenal. What was that? That was a DK potion. I still need to watch like the full panel. I have not gone around to that, and I really should. I'm now also realizing I don't have a ledge grabber, so if I want to do the 2-door ship and the 5-door ship and the crate, I'm taking the long way around. I rolled Diddy Helm again with Woth, Rabbit Race, and a key on Cole? Like Ol King Cole? From Tui? That's crazy, dog. You typoed it twice. Yeah, sometimes you just roll funny S4s. Oh, Lanky and a Diddy potion? Alright. If I see a Galleon shops hint, I'm just fucked. Actually, I think I saw another Kong hint. That was Lanky from my DK Castle. Yep, not doing that. I'd like to go back to swimming, Diddy. Shoot days for 5 and a bit hours. Was that the one where you forgot to junk a couple of things? And Spike didn't have an MM hook shot until Cheeto 5? That was quite the funny read from my perspective of these fucking AP players. Every time, dude. That's a little gift. Oh yeah, you can't pass up the gift of you're getting a seed from Kuiper and you have a extremely lately hinted Diddy and Helm. Like you can't just not do that. Yeah, and they finish underestimate. May have broken one of my rules, but you looked at the log and it's not needed. What'd you fucking do? I should have realized that I wasn't out of Tiny's 5 ship, whatever. Whee! That's 5. Okay. Where else do we even have as an option? I need something good on Clumsy. I need something really good on Clumsy, otherwise I think the game might want me to, like, die in front mill. Which, please no. I know I still have the entirety of, Upper Factory. Never went back into that. Which, to be fair, is, like, Hookah Splats at the moment. Alright. We can work with that. Exit Castle. Alright, let's do Upper Factory. After the apps, yeah, right. You just, it's the death warps that the naysayers want you to think are all death warps, right? Because it is actually that rare that it's just like not actually it's really not a big deal. You don't need to turn on fucking damage multipliers. There was an issue I was having last stream where it was only partially working. Okay, another goddamn DK potion. It was me, yeah. I'm the one who found the bug. Who had the issue. Any game without dive? Yep. Nice crown. Why not? Why not? Anything interesting? Wow, punch is required. Who'd have thunk? Donkey minecart, cool. Ice bucket challenge. Cause flat and forest. Okay, so I need to be. Yeah, it wants me in forest main right about now. It wants me in forest main. All right, let's go die in front mill after this. Minecart hint. Let's say, oh, main to minecart. Yeah, I'm surprised that hasn't been dealt with in some way. All right, where is my best forest at? Oh my god. Right, it's the equivalent of a minecart wath, essentially. The issue is that, you know, it has the chance of rolling twice. Which then it just becomes, like, wholly redundant because that entrance just cannot get fucking shuffled, pretty much. Alright, big spiky tube. Okay, let's go rush all the splats. Bait removed? Well, I don't have the setting strings for the old version, so yeah. Yeah, Trouble LC is definitely a bug. I would think so, but it might be a case of where, like, it might be a weird case where it thinks it can shuffle minecart's entrance, but just like it actually really can't. Zamboro. I think it could actually, because I vaguely remember during the lead up to the BLZR Blitz in like the 2 months where people were actually played BLZR. I think there was a seed where someone was complaining where it got hinted thrice. Once of Wath, once of Entrance, and then I think a 3rd time of Path. Anyway, Donkey Kong was not there. Keep looking. Really, I just need to find Mini Monkey. And use Mini Monkey as my... Let me get back into forest, because this is a rough exit forest. Where I need to die in the mills to actually get access to the main area. Where else are we doing? Don't forget the crate. Do not forget the crate. You're playing LZR again. Crates are important, and I vaguely remember seeing and glancing at a hint that said something about mills to 4. That's a blueprint. That's not gonna help me. Speaking of blueprints and not helping me, I realized I never walked into a snide and didn't check what my helm order is. Previous Blitz BLZR 3 or 4. I would think it would be on 3. Because the devs don't want to run blitzes on dev, I think. I vaguely remember that being the case in things. But yeah, BLZR, yeah, around 3.0 is where BLZR became like something that people actually wanted to play. Vaguely. Was it? Actually, I don't know. Maybe it was on the dev build, actually. Which would have been 4.0 at the time. Oh, DK's not even here. I guess I'm now looking for... I'm still looking for Inner Mushroom or Grape. I really hope it's not Grape. Because... No, it can't, because Lanky is found by DK in a level, I think. Thanks, 3. Unfortunate time where we'll like access support. Yeah. And then they never ran a Kevin Blitz since. So tragic. Killed the preset right then and there. Oh, I don't have anything to do in here. Means the other side to I think the logical access to that is to go to the monkey board pad, which is very fun. God. Damn it. Alright, back to dying in the mill. I don't need to think about that monkey board entrance, because the other side of it is how I'm actually supposed to get to that middle area. Just dropping down from above is not logic. And my Kongs are too skinny to get the out of bounds. Back to dying on the tube. You say, well, like holding different gear make free changes. Yeah, like I was saying it at the time, right? When I was counting down all the presets that are the other shit that would be worth of having a blitz, and the only alternate preset that was being played that could have realistically been run on main was BLZR. Like I understand why it was done completely, and I said so at the time repeatedly. Everything else, you know, Kev. Fucking random settings, kill the Wabbit. Like, 4 more of them, probably. They're all dev build reliant, and dev wasn't still. We're flopping the seat, something like that. It's also the second key inside a 5-door ship of the seed, which is even weirder. This one actually gets me more lobbies, and hopefully a real entrance to Forest, so I don't have to bash my head against the tube. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. I can't even do this right now. I don't have a gun. Ice Slam is hinted. You can do this. It's like the one... Actually, no. It's one of like 3 wafts that I skimmed and then remembered. It's this, and then 2 minecarts. But yeah, it's logical for, I think, everyone except specifically DK, because, like, DK has problems with, like, his slam just clipping him through the fucking ice. Or through the tiles. Or it's, like, something stupid like that. Green Slam DK specifically, that's a use case you will never encounter. Hey, look, a Waff Funky. I wonder what that's for on his 4 DK purchases. Which I still need to find a galleon tiny thing. No one starts with 1 cog? Yeah, exactly, right? The tag any bear button's right there, and no one does 1 Kong starts unless you're like an AP player who doesn't know what they're fucking doing. And 1 is like the default on the YAML. That's the only time you see 1 Kong starts. And then, you know, maybe after a playthrough or 2, maybe they realize 1 Kong starts are bad and they should set it to 2 or something. There's a reason why it's the standard everywhere else. But yeah, 1 Kong start? Disagree. I strongly disagree. You limit yourself so fucking much. And with how easy it is for an AP to just block one of your other Kongs deep into the depths of someone else's fucking seeds, you could be blocked off from like 60 to 80% of your seed behind someone else's long gap of progress for just like no fucking reason. Yeah, you know, you're tiny on Cheeto 5, right? At the very least, I'm assuming that was like your final Kong, you know. It could have still, that could still easily, in an AP context, be your, like, third or fourth. You going glitch? Well, in some senses, yeah, right? Simply cheat is certainly an option. Okay. If I can get the castle main through that. Maybe horror stories now because they happen a lot and it's so easy to fuck up a YAML. And not necessarily fuck it up for you, you're fucking it up for your friends. It is so easy to add several hundred checks and then have the logic be like, yeah, we can fill this and have everything on something deep. Alright, the next point of this chain is castle main. Won't be your friend any longer if you fuck it up too bad. I mean, you say that. Those AP lobbies keep getting fucking made. Sixth thing on patch behind Weldar, yeah, I saw that part too. Right? That's part of the thing. The super stupid bloat settings, like, you know, your nest sanities. And suddenly you have a 21, 26? I don't remember the exact number of things that are in Mr. Patch. Well, like, oops. Suddenly, that's a very lucrative location that can be put super deep, and because it's an AP, you know, it doesn't care about how long it fucking takes. You signed up for it, you had those locations available, and it's gonna put shit there. Sure your YAML is the right place. It's through trial and error and just kind of knowing. Just kind of knowing what's a bad check, right? Like my MM YAML is just filled with changes and specific things at the bottom of the YAML. You know, to the point where, you know, it was worth stealing multiple times. Right? And it's just to ensure good pace. Good pace is hard to do, and it's so much easier to say, well, it's an AP context. How am I supposed to balance it? And just, you know, let it go crazy. You know, why would you try to balance it? It's so much easier to just throw that line of defense up rather than just taking some like truly egregious checks and just turning them off. I think Nest Sanity is not a good setting. I think Nest Sanity is a bit much. Especially since there's a lot of nests and a lot of really shit fucking locations. Right? There's like, what, 20 fucking nests inside Clinkers? A location that's already notoriously hard to reach. That's the wrong one. God damn it. Ban Coin Sandy? Oh yeah. There was one AP where I think I don't remember the exact specifics. I want to say it was Ringtail who was doing Mario World Coin Sanity, and like every check was like 1 coin, and every time Ash picked up 1 coin, she would throw herself into a loading zone and just throw herself into like castle lobby and die instantly. And I would know that because I was attached to her death link. So every time she picked up 1, I also died. So it can be pretty fucking bad. No one talk, no one talk, no one talk. Got him. Alright. Just want to make sure I didn't accidentally ban someone else again because the chat moves underneath my fingers. Yeah, there's not a lot of horrible stuff, right? There's some checks that are pretty locked, but that also comes down to DK64 randos set checks. You know, we were like, oh no, Check of Legends requires so many moves, and the worst dunk checks kind of do pale in comparison to a lot of the worst checks in other APs. So damage, no damage really about the seed, but more the damage to my morning. So, vibes. Oh, hi, Lanky. The vibes are weird, and I'm just playing a BLZR and only occasionally looking down at my hints. Like, I knew Lanky was found by DK, but I could have swore I said it was in Forest. So, where's Chunky, actually? Chunky was... Final Tiny Phase. Prime out a tiny... Alright, I wonder what this is referring to. I wonder what those two are talking about. Chunky found by Tiny Galleon. That's where he is. I don't have to give a shit about Fairy Camera much. I'm just gonna pretend that it's saying Fairy Camera's only Tiny Phase on virtue of, you know, it's Slam either oring, because we did find found Blue Slam on Lone Fairy Island. Exclude him by default. It'd be nice, but you know, not to use 100 skulls. It's just, I think that's just because 100 skulls isn't like even like a real check. I think it's just like money refill. Let's do this. Band-Aid. I mean, it can be a Band-Aid, but it, you know, sometimes you are in fact bleeding. Sometimes you're bleeding and you'd really like it to stop, like, covering your arm in blood, right? Like, it's a good Band-Aid when you don't have to deal with Don Garo and Fierce Deity All Knight's Mask. The issue is just because it just becomes like, how do you, you know, you categorize the checks that you include, and you know, if you're playing a game, you're playing the game. You're getting the whole fucking package most of the time, right? And if you try to like lock it to a specific setting, it becomes like, all right, how do you qualify how do you define hard GBs? Everyone's favorite debate. And it's just, I don't know. Balance is hard, and in AP, it's very often just not worth the try. That too, it's because there's just so many AP games, and, you know, no one wants to play the bad guy. You don't want to be like, you don't want to have to throw people's YAMLs into something that's like, oh, this person's got this suspicious setting, or they don't have this thing junked if they're playing 2E, or... And it's not fun to be the policeman, and it's not fun to actually have to decide what is the bad shit. Galleon cards aim. I mean, to be fair, Galleon Cannon game has a is surprisingly annoying to do if you don't know the sweet spots, just because of how much your like the cannonball drops over time, essentially. Right, the weight of the ball makes it a lot harder to aim compared to most other things in the video game. Also, yeah, I think that, like, as the community, we probably have a good idea of the bad checks of like 2E and Donk and MM, maybe OT. Like, we'll say probably those four are probably like the safe spots of like, what do we as a community kind of know what the really AP ruining checks are. And I'll tell you, Check of Legends is not on that list. It is surprisingly tame. Some enemies probably up there. So many people in chat. Hi, Board and Amanda. How are y'all doing? Enemies. Yeah, 40 Snides is so when it comes to a bad check in AP, a lot of them can come down to you need a limited amount of MacGuffins, right? Snides up there. Jinjo families can be pretty bad, especially like the upper count ones, the 7, 8, and 9 colors. I'm saying that because I remember black and blue, and I think it's purple somewhere up there. But yeah, blueprints can also run to that issue because you can't have them or like Jinjos as any kind of filler. So it becomes hard to, you know, you need all of the MacGuffin essentially, which can suck. Oh, I already did this. It was ballroom. I ran past it. Wanted to come back to it later. And hey, look, it's later. I'm gonna find like not this. And a far lower rate than the collection. I can't verify that one. That's just because I don't play nearly enough to be like, oh yeah, these don't show up in collects. Wasp Punch on 31? Yeah, it's in standalone. It's also like pretty bad to have anything higher than like any higher than. Where do I want to draw a line? I think 16 is probably like about where 16 is the highest you can go without me starting like raising my eyebrows at you. Like, oh, that's what you're rolling with? And 16 is also still a lot, yes. 16 is still a lot of fucking blueprints. But like that's as high as I will be, I'm able to like squint at and be like, okay, I can, you know, you want something a little bit longer, you know, but you don't want to like full clear. 16's about where I will, where it's fine. Higher starts becoming a problem. Or Jetpack has a pro for a blueprint on Mermaid. For a blueprint, okay, that instance I still think is technically a bug. Because you needed diving to reach Mermaid, but the blueprint reward was turn in 2. So like that if the thing it's referring to is diving on blueprint 2, you like I don't know, it feels fucking wrong. It's like, it can't be foolish, even though that specific one is foolish, because it doesn't matter, and it's... eh. Here we go. This is where Chunky Kong has been? Move on Beanstalk with beans on 40 BP. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Any game I've seen? I mean, that's the thing about is that it's mostly, you know, it's dependent on the other games in the seed. Right? Just because of how quick the other items are coming in. You know, it could very easily be you need, you know, your Cheeto 5s or your Honeybee 5s where you're looking for all of the unfillerable MacGuffin, and it makes things atrocious. If you fuck up any setting in Shadow the Hedgehog, right? For mission clears, everything becomes the worst check. Which is a comment I can only understand, because no one else has played Shadow AP. Because no one wants to play Shadow. Like anything, I'm gonna slander a few games. I think a lot of checks in like this more sandboxy games, like your Minecraft, Terraria, even probably Factorio, can also fucking suck, just because those can just take a very long time to do, period. Especially if the items you get to, you know, be able to do those come in late. Take over the Shadow Tracker. I haven't looked. Surprisingly, no one... And surprisingly, despite not maintaining the tracker for probably 6 or 8 months, no one's pinged me about it. So I'm just gonna assume that they don't care. Or they're so polite that they just, you know... They just don't want to. Like, I don't know. But at this point, I also think it's a little late for me. Like, yeah, I just don't feel like I'm ever gonna update the track. You should probably unpin it, sort of thing. Terraria doesn't send checks if any beta games are in the AP. All right, how the fuck do you code that? How the hell? How do you, at a code level, not be able to send anything if there is an unsupported game? Which is an entirely arbitrary thing. Never play well. The only instance I could ever think it plays even tolerably is either in like async contexts where, you know, you have all the time in the world to dick off and do something else, or it's like you have like a squad of 5 fucking people and you're all going ham on it. The point, play Terraria? Exactly. At that point, just play normal Terraria with the buddies. Load up Calamity and go fight 16 different reskinned Eater of Worlds. Fucking go for it, champ. Just because you can hook it up to API doesn't mean you should. Still on the other side. This entrance probably isn't going to be anything important, on virtue of trombone is hell out of logic. Alright, I've already been on this side. Where is Chunky again? Chunky's Tiny Galleon. Where check the boss? Oh, wait a minute, I can get into Treasure Room. Right? Some games just don't need AP implementations. Case in point, that motherfucker who decided it was a good idea to start working on Persona fucking 5. In what universe is that ever going to play well? There are asyncs that are faster than most casual playthroughs of P5. How would it ever work? It shouldn't. That's why the implementation's only up to like Palace 1, and then probably hasn't had any tangible progress in several months. Because it was more of a haha funny could we rather than a haha funny should we. And sometimes you gotta fuck around to find out that that line is there for a reason. Conker's bad for an AP. Conker's, the only reason Conker's is in any conversation for AP and Rando is because the other Rare games have it. If you know about anything more about Conker than the fact that it is a Rare game on N64 where you are a little fucker, right? You know that game doesn't work as a fucking Rando. Like, just don't bother. When people other people's progress is very fitting. Oh yeah, some people, it is. I'm equating it to the number go up brain rot where they just want checks for the sake of checks. People just want to put things in AP for the sake of saying that they have them in the AP. Just for, even if they're never going to actually get done. Right, it's the starting of a project is the proof of concept and then just never fucking finishing it. The game is formed together, essentially. Even if the thing itself doesn't work too well. I had an idea of one thing very specific thing I was gonna go check, and I've now already forgotten it. Oh, it was probably that key 1 I just got. Start with that. Let's see where that sends me. I need just like one more tiny room so I can get like more CBs to finish your medal, because I think that's where Chunky is. In Galleon. Hey, look, it's that Galleon level. Any tiny other entrances for Tiny specifically? 5 and free Kongs. Yeah, it was probably key 5 and free Kongs. I like how that box is running out of render distance because of the camera wobble. 55 ship, already got that one. Cave CBs to stuff. Oh! I know what I can do with this. It's called, I forgot that DK has 2 good purchases on a Funky. Let's go back to that. View frustrum rather than render distance? I don't know what that frustrum word means. But like, yeah, just like leaving, it just doesn't render. channels for over a year now. One guy trying to update IDs with these more work was done. Top right of the next version. Settings based on solo random, but never getting pushed. A piece of the dev drop the pop record support that's tired of waiting. Jesus. Surprising too, considering Paper Mario is actually a game people want to play. Like Shadow the goddamn Hedgehog. You kinda get well in the neighborhood. Well, I gotta be back in caves, and I need to remember what my caves entrance was. Model part of the cone after you remove the point. Okay, yeah. The cone that defines what renders is getting warped and wobbled a bit by the funny little effect. Yeah, that makes more sense. Rather than being, you know, actual proper distance from the camera. Yeah, nice. Basically, single color grid. What a good move. What a good fucking move. Alright, what is my best way to caves? And why is it entering the Crusher room to get into the 5-door igloo? And then just exit out from there. Oh no, my best way into caves is just Galleon. Because it's Galleon's, the 5-door sax entrance. That's just where that is. Alright, and I could end up in Galleon by accident. That's fine. I wasn't backing down because Galleon cranky has something for DK, I just realized. We're really just on a shop rush. Which is very tragic, because I was just in Galleon, and I should have remembered that there was a shop there. The forest, that's probably worse. Yeah, probably. It probably still... Good one. Good input. It probably takes about as long to do the front mill death warp than it does to enter... Well... Close. It's actually closer than you'd think. Actually, no, it's fine now. Because we actually have Mini Monkey, so we can just do Exit Forest and then go back through the mini hole. I just want to listen to the Dudley stage. Alright. Is this anything? Because I think I never remember to drop down and grab this. Everywhere. Who says no? No, certainly not me. Alright, smartass. Oh wait, I have oranges. I could have just naded him instead of nuking him. Oh well. Whee! I mean... I should probably stop by and grab this. Found a gun. Smile. Although I probably have Chunky and Logic right now on the virtue of I have Mini Monkey and therefore like 6 more tiny entrances I could be doing right now. Actually, why I'm in the neighborhood. I like the strat of pushing more GBs for more hints, and then just not actually writing down any hints. It's fine, I really just need to find, like, key 4, and that's it. I'll be fine. Hell, key 4, I'm pretty sure it's hinted to Mills. I just need to find, like, Spider, and then I'm chilling. Like, to be honest. Because I know I have a tiny face, but I have Mini Monkey, so I can just use my oranges for the other half of it, and I don't remember seeing the hints for the rest of them. Oh wait, I do need to do Helm still, don't I? We'll deal with that when we find out what I actually need. Give some Borden. Vibes Reliant BLZR. Where I'm not writing any of my hints, but I am looking at them and being like, that's fucked. Ah, that's fucked. Can anyone spare me $1? Where's $1? There are no DK coins in caves, is there? Vanilla training grounds? That's so true, actually. That is so true. I could just do vanilla trading grounds for $3 and then stumble my way back into Galleon off of like one of 6 fucking entrances. There, Galleon. Well, I don't remember where the ones you're talking about are. I know where these ones are. These I understand. Alright, let's just like stumble around and I'll find the entrance if I... no. No. Still no. 2 give me anything good? There it is. Back in we go. It's easy as level 5 if you just, you know, take note of where that level is. The only entrance hint I have written down is that going into Slides brings me to fucking factory. That's it. That's the only one I've written down. Really? This is what I come back for? 2 chunky moves? I went broke for this? Do I have Chunky by now? Oh, I should. I should have Chunky by now, and it's almost certainly on just like a tiny, either tiny Galleon metal or like tiny Galleon 5 ship, or like no, not 5 ship, 2 ship, or sub or mermaid, somewhere Mini Monkey accessible. That's not it. Or hype chest. There's a lot of places it could be. I don't think her metal... Well, here's the thing. There was that. Cave CBs to 3-8 in Tiny Phase. I can definitely tell you that's not how I got my Mini Monkey. So that hint is referring to Featherbow. Which is interesting, because I also have 3. Where did I get 3? Lanky 5 ship. Well, I don't remember how I got to that one, so that's a fucking mystery. Well, yeah, so the point I'm trying to make is that if the hint's referring to the ways that I get Mini, or referring to me getting Featherbow, then I can get Tiny's Metal that way, is the point I'm trying to make. I never exit Galleon? Uh-oh. Hold on. What the fuck? This isn't a real loading zone. How did this get here? Alright, back into Galleon. So you can check Mermaid entrance. See where that is. Actually, well, that's 3-8. Tiny, but not for any Kongs. If that is Featherbow, it's not how I'm supposed to get there to the tiny entrance. So maybe I am just supposed to find the 2-ship on Mini Monkey, which means I get to go check like 19 other fucking things. There's definitely what's it called? Tiny Museum. I know that's laying around somewhere because I saw it. I think it's on either 6 or 7. Like one of those lobbies sent me to it. The other one was just not as useful. Well, I mean, while I'm here. Very sloppy work, Mr. Shortman. Hey. Alright, no room mini entrance I want to do in caves. There's many checks, but I don't want to do those. So, mini entrances, including BFI. I just need to see and find either Mermaid Hype Chest or Tiny 2-Ship. So it shouldn't be the metal. Not that one. Nice try, though. Foolish R&D, thank you. Your candies, I haven't found that one yet. Main to mill front door was Woth. Cat Lane shop state, so it's probably triangle. Tiny phase only. Something like, yeah, Sax and Fairy and Creme. So something about up there is very interesting. Is it James Hillside to final tiny? Oh, it's Center Beanstalk to 4. Okay, well, like, oh, it's Nils to 4. I guess I'm not looking at any of those. There's a lot of things that are just solo tiny phase, to like a startling extent. It's probably just referring to minecart considering I have no other, like, key 4 hints. And it's not like the, that's where I can see you went. It's not like the entrance to, what am I doing here? Actually, we should just do this, actually. I didn't do the Beetle Tower entrance. Other minis things. We need to do that one. Museum entrance. It can't be referring to car race or car race. So that entrance is open and could very easily be a non-dead end area. I don't remember what main Mars front was. Womp womp. Oh, well, this would also be another mini monkey entrance, so I just go back up to the castle. Where's the castle again? Right. Right. Alright, I want to say it was 6, where Tiny Museum was. GB, there's Chunky. Perfect! Just what I needed! Alright, we've got a couple of things to do. First of which is actually pick up Chunky. Alright, so we know exactly where key 4 is, but the entrance out of key 4 is so uninteresting that it doesn't really matter. Lunch will then let us get DK men. Or tiny men? Some? Or DK coins. What a useful fucking property. So if we need A, finding Helm, and then B, probably another Helm instrument. So we're just gonna push EBs until it gets me entrances that are Woth, but I haven't done anything with, which I think is Upper Cape to Dungeon and Main to 5-Door Igloo are pretty high up there of those things I need. Those are 2 entrances I haven't done yet, and I reckon one leads to the next one. I don't want to be Alien. Did I want to be here? I don't know where I'm going right now. Chunky was in Hype Chest off of the tiny museum entrance. Here we go. Hello, Backmill. It's like last time, yeah, that'll be fine. I've seen so many fairies, I would not actually be shocked if this was something. It isn't, it's just a crown. Alright, spider. Where are you head taking me to? Alright, interesting. Bow, bow, bow. Another lobby. I think I've found almost all of them at this point. Another crown. Definitely still missing a couple of. Hey, look, it's one of the 2 doors I was looking for a while ago, and then didn't find. Oh, hello. Pick you up for shits and giggles. Even though I'm almost certain you are nothing. Like, almost certainly nothing, because the thing that's center beanstalk to 4 is just the minecart. And I think I've convinced myself I'm skipping or have already skipped Featherbow. If anything, I can argue it's a peek at the Tiny 2 ship. Candy's still at large. Candy's in Galleon. Anyway, do you like my funny trick to get on the other side of that hole? Just use the pause button. No big deal. Alright, let's go do that minecart. It's fine. We're not on a restream. We're allowed to click through that one stupid wall. But only with DK and Chunky. Because they're the only ones wide enough to fit in the hole. Not even reading this. This is the key 4. Alright, and when I end up in... I end up in Mills, I'll take the opportunity to go check what Hell Mortar is. Regardless, I think I'm still missing, or still looking for bongos, just for the entry to the dungeon or whatever. I think Primate Punch was waft or something. Probably check what that actually is referring to at this point. Do any punch entrance, which is also nice because there's one out of going to the back mill as well. Just check on that. Ow. He bit me. Very sloppy Minecraft, just like not caring. 43 is just a nothing requirement. Alright. There's been in Lanky's 2 ship. I don't even remember how I got there. It was not worth remembering what got me there. Alright, where's my other Hong Kong? Fuck, that's pretty bad. That's really bad. That's really bad that I'm missing all 3 of those items for it. Oh, Jesus. Alright, maybe I should actually start paying attention to my, my fucking key 8 hints. Or I could continue to not do that. Ow. Is that how he leaves? Well, I can stop him by at least. Howdy. Alright, is there anything else I wanted to really check in Mill right now? While I'm in the neighborhood. There's a weird thing to remember to go back for. A really weird thing to remember to go back for. Actually, no, this is not that weird. Candy's still at large in Galleon. This doesn't hurt to check. Even if it's out of logic. Candy does have 2 moves to buy in Galleon itself, and Galleon shops is to 8, so could very easily have one of the 3 missing items. Require me to actually find her here. You know what, actually? I want to do more checks in Galleon. There's a bunch in Caverns that I've just chose not to do. Well, that helps. Barrel throwing, I am not faithful in because of the fairy camera only to tiny face hint. I think barrel throwing's a dud. I do not think that's gonna be useful. Like, at all. Peanuts, I could see being good, because it's a gun. Those have a tendency to be pretty effective in this game. Yeah, we're here. Might as well. I might want to go back. I want to go back and do those cave CBs. It is on the path to 8. I might actually kind of want that. Alright, well, in direct contradiction to what I said earlier. Yeah, barrel throwing is almost looking like it's something important. Alright, let's go just do cannon again. We're in the neighborhood. Air cameras only. That's the thing, that blue slime is Moth. Which implies there's a red slime requirement in presumably Japes, considering it's the only level I haven't found yet. Slime block slammed somewhere? Potentially, yeah. But then it means the blue slime blocks the feather in some way, which is also weird. It's weird positioning and weird timings for a lot of these. Yeah. 30. Done. 22. Ew. I know I can fix that. Get these out of the way while I'm thinking about them. And then... where to? ACBs is probably a solid idea to push. Like, because now it's pointing to 8, and that might be like a really useful rocket or bongos. Which is very convenient because Cave's entrance is just right here. Threatening caves? Not really. There is the cave CBs to many things in where I know I haven't done anyone's metal, which something is looping around to be really silly, and I can't figure out where. I have no idea how it locks the key 3 that I already have. Like, that's just a complete fucking mystery to me. But yeah, Caves access isn't that bad, right? It's accessible via Galleon and with 2 starting moves, which Sax and Dive. Plus, I found like 3 other ways into caves on the exit level. I just didn't use them. Whoa, that's way off. Here's your money? I owed you money. Gotta pay you royalties for pointing out the least egregious of my peaks on the restream. I do? Oh shit, I didn't ask. I wanted you to point out a horrible peak. I would have asked you to do probably any other one I would have done. Any other of my egregious peaks. But obviously, it's hard to find to tell the other players about the other egregious peaks in Llama Temple with the sniper scope. And then they just didn't end up in Tiny Temple, or not Tiny Temple, Tiny's 5-door temple to do the actual egregious, actually kind of feasible peak. Which is my favorite part about that peak. Is that it sucks, but it comes up, and it's actually like, you could realistically see yourself doing it. It's the rest of them where it's like, why the fuck would you do this? Between, like, the other Tiny Temple one, and then, like, did I never check this entrance? I'm now realizing, I don't think I ever checked this or Beetle entrance. I can safely say I didn't look at this, but hey, I'll take some extra CBs for the Ideologic Lanky Medal. Not that one, but like the check. That one. Damn it. Oh, I could totally cheesy doodles these metal couldn't I? By doing stupid backflips off of the igloos. Or I can get the balloon that's just like chilling above the cabins. But that doesn't sound fun and interesting. And unnecessary. Why would I do that when I can get these CBs instead? If I would actually be allowed any standing on the platform. Nope, not that one. Do the home beers closed yet? If I have, I don't remember them. I really don't think it does a whole lot. Like, oh boy, a rocket requirement in Helm. Where have I heard that before? And oh, another need for Primate Punch? Sure, why not? Like, it just makes good moves better, and then also grab is there. That was gonna be candy, but I didn't. Stars funny? Stars are funny, because you can get orientations that are just clipped inside objects, and then you can be pointed at someone and be like, hey, why is this not working? I can't be in that wall. That defies the laws of physics. Despite the feature being years old, no one's fucking used it. No one has run the gambit on how many stupid star orientations can end up inside other things. I don't think I can do DKs right now. I think I'm still missing rooms for it. Definitely missing rooms. Lankies I can grab out of logic because of the twirl thing if I just execute. Also checked earlier, I have it marked down, so yeah. I have it marked as one that was checked. Right. Unethical crown casino exposure. Understandable. Yeah, unfortunately, there is no cure for a horse game. Nice rainbow coins. Alright, so it's DK's who is locked behind the loading zone, and Tiny who is locked behind the loading zone. Really just behind Feather. If I had Feather go, I would be solving all of these issues. Which is really annoying. It means one of these were supposed to be accessible by now. I definitely don't have the moves for it. Which could just be, like... any... What would it be? It would be any random... It would need to be a medal that's accessible now. Probably DK's medal? Oh, hello! Hello, Japes Access. You're not in logic. Anything in Japes that was hinted? Hillside. That would help me with the Feather, and maybe I just go, like, backwards through the logic. Big money, no whammies. Hey, no whammies! Let's fucking go. Who slams the barrels? It would be potentially, yeah. If it's down yonder back there. On Chunkies. Especially since I think this level has to be red. Alright, let's glimpse and take a look. Shop? Stand. Yep, that would be it. That That would exactly be where the tiny move is. No way. Right? Exactly where you need the check. Here is the gun. Oh, that's so good. Yeah, we're getting our fucking Caves medals. Boy howdy. Are you running? It's BLZR, but I'm not like actively writing down hints. I'm just very repeatedly being like, all right, what do you want me to do? I'm like going through the fucking files. Here's the thing. If it's port, it just means I go back up and do the Cremile to Tiny Face hint, which is also Sax hinted. Right? Even if this is port, I know where to spend the tiny, the other tiny potion. This Feather's Red Slam? Probably. Because then there's too many things I still haven't solved yet. Caves Lobby. Oh, that's about. What was on 6? Oh, 6 was where Chunky was. Yeah. I know what that's about. Alright. Red or... It's red. It's red. Womp womp. Or whatever the actual sound is for when you do get hit by a whammy. I think it's more of a, like, almost like a foghorn sounding thing. Like a... Something like that. The other minecart is slammed. That is true. There is the other minecart I need to do. If I could just figure out where the fuck it is. It's probably just vanilla. It's probably vanilla crypt. I need to remember where lower underground was. You use those slam hints? Yeah, it's probably just gonna say castle. It being on the other... The minecart is probably very high. Ding dong. Igloo is more likely. For minecart? Maybe. But then it means I need to just find upper underground. Just boot in a boot. I don't know where that shit went. Good hit, good hit, good hit. That bee, the homie. I don't think this can be anything. I just said Sparrow throwing is only a tiny face. But I don't know, maybe it could be my other slam. Maybe it's got, the hints have gone catastrophically fucking wrong. Alright, can I remember where I found lower underground? Was that the one on 7? It could be. Check there in a moment. This is a dev chat thing. Is it the funny, stupid feature that that's gonna be dropped on me, just like old times? I'm aware that's on the horizon. When we were discussing it, we were like, when's the last time I got jump scared with a feature like that? And I think it was over a year ago when Mirror Mode was added. I think Mirror Mode was the last time a setting got dropped on me like an anvil with a vaguely named BPS file. Erase mirror mode? No, thank you. Where the fucking the tile, the background rotated differently to the rest of the camera and just made me fucking motion sick. I choose not to remember that. Hi. Going the wrong way. It's been a long day of sleeping on my left arm. He needs to, you know, take a break every now and then. And sleep on my right arm instead. That is nothing. Okay. Let's get back into caves. Accessible via... Ooh. Ooh? I think it's 2. 2. Alright, let's go get the DK Melon Caves. See if we can't work our way backwards. So it is tiny metal. That's very interesting. I still need another fucking balloon. Lower the ads so you can run ads? No. Sucks to suck. Watch more. Look at the cat more. Healthy for everyone. Also more. What is the size of this hitbox? Yeah. Rocket is about what I expected to be up there. That sounds right. Which means I have a lot new options. The issue is I don't know where to spend them, so. Lock key 3? That's the thing, I don't remember. I must have, like... Oh, actually, I think I can I think I might know there's a chance I might know what happened to it. So I think what might have happened was that it might have been on, yeah, mid-mushroom. It was probably mid-mushroom. Because the other side was ballroom, which therefore I had to get to via the other thing. I had to get to mid-mushroom via the monkey port. Which means the other side was a dead end. That was probably where I got that key 3. If I imagine. Got here to the entrance. Hey, that's just me making the most sense of where I think I would have gotten spat out. Because I don't remember where that spot was either. I didn't write it fucking down. You kidding me? No! Alright, do we have vanilla minecart entrance? Or is that likely going to be on the igloo? Still need to find the thing for. Yeah, there's a DK minecart lying about. Probably got either bongos or gazump if I had to wager a guess. And then I just have to, at some point, figure out where my upper underground is. Or where the 5-door igloo entrance is. Or what it's for. It should be one leading to the other, honestly. Yeah. Not vanilla. Was right on Crypt, was wrong on the other one. Alright, do I do these other two's stuff? You know, I'm in the area. It's probably one of those cases where, like, if I was actually paying attention to where the rest of my key 8 paths were going, maybe I would know where to narrow down. But that's not the seed we're playing. This is partial vibes. The vibes really are probably trying to tell me that I should shoutouts to Mike Champ, and then also unrelated to that, like follow Rocket. Which probably means I want to be back in Castle Maine, and I know a very easy way to get to that. Oh, Officer! That one ain't. Alright, shed entrance. Shout out to my channel. Okay, gonna everyone back into this. Yeah, I found trash can. Like, I can consider it, and I didn't go back and do this. I just want to, like, stumble into forest. This is James. This is also Red Slam. This is also forest. In a roundabout way, I've got what I wanted. In just a really, really weird roundabout way. Alright, let's now go check all the upper entrances up here, because these are now very likely to have something interesting. Starting with you. So I'm not gonna let myself forget Night Door again. Nice ball. It's almost certainly not it. upper entrances for realsies. Oh, you know what, actually? I realize this is way more valuable than I was even thinking a few moments ago, because the switch is permanent now. Please take the 5 warp before you do anything stupid and have to make a long trek back up here. You silly, silly, silly boy. Yeah, that's... So I know where Helm is. I know where Helm is, and it's right inside the dungeon door. Well, that's the one we've already found. To the point where I'm not even going to double check. So the rest of it is, where is my bongos? Because I think that's the item I'm looking for. If you're here, and Red Slams and James, and what's on minecart? Minecart's gotta be Gazump, I think. I think Gazump's on minecarts, and minecart's off of the Bongos entrance. I just need to figure out where the hell Bongos went. This is a weird way to try to do getting back to the top of the fucking mushroom. Rather than remembering a single better way to get into forest. But that is hell. 100% that is hell. And there's no reason to check. I have one reason to check. Wait a fucking minute. That's not Helm. That's not Helm at all. It's Candy. Okay. So... what's on these purchases? When I was thinking Helm, I'm like, I feel like I got Triangle at a location that was slightly sort of hinted. Maybe I should just like double check and check like Hunky Laser. Oh, it's Diddy, not DK. That's not the one I want to see. That's not a good one. What about you? Are you actually one of my key 8 moves? Okay, yeah. That's the Gallon Chops to 8. You found Gazump. So... I'm looking for a DK entrance that gives me the thing. I think I'm just conceding a DK entrance to give me Bongos, which is both Helm Instrument and Helm Access. Because I just need to find minecart somewhere in the ether. So, if I want to look for DK entrances, Blast is a good place to start. Power Hut would be funny. I don't even think I've done DK's 5 Temple yet as an entrance. There's quite a few places where this could show up. Magical Flying Pixie. Okay, I don't know why I'm taking this route. That's because I don't remember where this goes. Oh, look, factory. Maybe I do know where I'm going. Like, eventually. I don't even remember how bad Exit Factory was. Just doing this because we're here. I mean, we're probably gonna find out what Exit Factory leads to in about 5 more seconds. And this inevitably isn't the Power Hut. Or is the Power Hut? Like, isn't the Power Hut as in not the answer, but it is Power Hut as in that's the loading zone it just sends me to. No, it is in here! Good guess! Good fucking guess there, Banana Bread. Shout out to load-bearing coconut gun, which isn't even the thing that's fucking hinted in Japes Hillside. It's referring to port. So you just have to find back mill, open the hole, and then get to Japes that way. Alright, so this gives us bongos, and we just head to caves. And we're chilling. That should be where Helm is at this point. We've run out of cloth entrances. Alright, this is gonna be like ending up like 220-ish, which is not bad for not actively writing down any fucking loading zones. Except for Snides leading me to factory. Not what I got down that pretty quickly. And not a single other entrance. Bongos? Bongos. Alright. Good. I need to be out to back in Galleon, which is to say back in caves. Which is to say... Still not here. Shouldn't have taken that. Should have just exited aisles. Where was it? What was 2? I think it was 2. I think 2 sends me to Galleon, which sends me to caves, which sends me to Helm, which sends me to the Gorilla Arena, which sends me to the credits, which sends me to, what comes after that? What comes after the credits? Is it another seed? Oh. Restroom trip? That would, well, that relies on Guido D over here giving me my arm back. Day 2 break before Congress? Yeah, that's probably how it's gonna go. Back to the land of no diagonal attacks. that's not a bad seed if you're paying attention. That Cave's DK medal is weird. You have to just stumble into forest access via back mill punch. And then just stumble all the way up there looking for something else like, oh hey look, coconut gun, saving another seed. Hat Jack. Yeah, that would explain why it's so low. Actually, how many orange? I have 30 oranges, we're fine. Actually, let me... Yeah, that is a literal, unhinted Mad Jack, huh? Punch 4 was for, I think, one of our ways into Japes, for one thing, because of back mill and punching the hole and then getting it from there. Punch was also for, what's it called? Punch was for getting the barrel throwing out of the galleon, thing. Punch for Galleon Fairy, which then lets me do Chunky's, Rampy page with Red Slam. That gives me Monkey Port. Oh, wait. Sorry, I forgot what I was doing. That gets me Monkey Port, which lets me get to the top of Creme, and on top of the Creme, either on the Sax Pad or on the Fairy. Could genuinely be either. Probably the Sax Pad. That gets me Featherboat for this fight. And I just didn't do it. Wow. Alright, my timing is way off with this. Yeah, if it weren't for the fact that, like, oranges were just already required and available for free, then, like, you know, I'd have to go down a horrible rabbit hole for the rest of your tiny moves, but it's fine. Alright, Athlete Slit. No, I think if you simply annihilate the foot, you won't have to deal with it. Am I really getting the back corner? Crazy. Better. Oh shit. Alright, be safe because this is a short range one. GG's. Alright, let me... I even download the log. Slide that out of it. I didn't. No, I don't close the webpage. Alright, let me just, like, confirm. Feather is... where I think it is. No, Feather is just on the cage. Just on the Feather cage. What was in... Creme? Creme to Tiny Face. Oranges at the deity. That's hinting towards oranges at Diddy Isle Snide Spring Barrel is the Tiny Face. Because I think it looped, because that's what gets me Punch, which starts the chain to get me barrel throwing, to get me the actual Tiny Phase move. Good bit. Good fucking bit. I was convinced that was port. I thought my Punch would be to more than just Tiny Phase, considering it got me part of Jape's access. So it's probably... I mean, there's... we got to James in a different way, I think. Could have, because we found... or not Anthill, Hive. So that could have gone a different way in, technically, via the Death Warp. And then you just fucking raw find your coconut. Oh my god, it's me? Crazy. What the hell am I doing there? No, Yumet's there. Yumet is there. It's on the second page. Artist? Damn, I get in here for fixing the ass patch? That's crazy. I'm in here twice. Fixing ass patch and DK tie. Oh, I guess spin. Spin was also me, wouldn't it have been? And Red Cave, obviously. That is true. My most worthwhile contribution, something that has not seen the light of day. The good old flesh caves. Alright, what is next in my queue? Oh, Twitch is seemingly doing that thing where it doesn't tell me when anyone clicks any redeem because I just scrolled down the list and I see 2 things from within the past 2 hours. I'm like, those never popped up in chat. Cool, thanks. Thanks, Twitch. Copying pasting setting strings when you don't have your right hand is certainly a journey. They just ate all of it? You might as well. Alright. Let's import ringtail settings. Oh, I just clicked download seed again. What? I hate it when it does this. I hate when the generate seed button turns into the download seed button. I also hate when it freezes the fucking web page, forcing me to reload. Alright, let's put the settings back in. Realsies this time. All the things that Ringtail puts in there. I don't even know why I opened my notes for the VLZR thing. I was probably expecting I was gonna write down a couple of entrances and not just Snide leads me to factory, which wasn't even my first factory access. It was my second. Then very thankfully, I had a very merciful seed where there was just shit in places. Minecart and Coconut probably suck this seed if you're looking at it from the unhinted scoredness, but there is, like, it's, you know, it's not hinted because there's like 4 ways into Japes, this seed. By 4, I mean 2. Maybe 3rd. I don't know where Mountain was. There could have been another one in there. I checked barely any daily entrances. I didn't check Llama Temple. I didn't check Tiny Temple. That's it. Those are the only entrances that are in the game. It's all 2 of them. I don't want to see a signature. Alright, I probably should have clicked the ads button. Where's my cursor? Yeah, key right now is Ringtail, which is seed is being sent now, and then that, which I might have time energy to do tonight. It depends on how I feel at the other side of the slop sanity. Then yeah, Ultra you would be after that, which will probably be Saturday. Oh, it's just a nice 3-minute gen time, which also, to be fair, part of that is in the background tab. It doesn't really count as a long seed gen time. Load. Act. I love having movement in my arms. Alright. Lanky Chunky. Instruments. Spring climbing. The fairies. 1 key and no shopkeepers. Interesting. Settings, these are ringtail settings, which at this point I'm going to assume is some variant of drop sanity and like a bunch of other things. And low CB metals. And dimmed hints. It has another market ringtail settings where the hints can dim, and if I don't keep track of what hints I'm doing, means I might accidentally confuse myself. That guy just doesn't have anything. You hate this? Yep, that would be me. It is that time of the year. We get to do the annual just jump scare setting him. Where's your hints? Yep. Cool. I just mark these are both aisles before I forget. Custom locations, so like I doubt either of these things are gonna be here. Doesn't hurt to look. Oh, there's a balloon there. Alright, 8 months before they see the light of day. Really? Eight months? Like how, like how soon am I receiving this fucking BPS? Because if it's gonna be soon-ish, then it's like, well then why isn't it gonna be included in 5? But, oh my fucking god. Going probably next week. Interesting. That it would be implemented enough for 1 torture seed, but not reliable for the 6.0 release in, or the 5.0 release in, give or take a couple of weeks, if I were to just guess. Stable hotfix only. That stable / hotfix also include DK's disco outfit actually using custom colors instead of just purple. Is it too late to say, can that be done before we all forget about it? Because it is still only hot purple jacket. I have shotgun. I could have been killing him like this. Ah! Clanky is probably faster. Chunky's animation is way too slow. Thank God you don't have anything. Alright, metal... I probably don't care. I reckon I probably don't care. I'm going to pretend I don't care. Oh, like Kasplat isn't here. What the hell? Kasplat location is just not shuffled? Is that why he's not here? Alright, anyway, that cave we saw earlier. Despite the fact that she was only on that arm for a much shorter period of time, it feels way more sore than when she was sleeping on my left arm for like an entire hour. As an issue, thank you. I just felt like I needed to bring it up at some point. But like anytime I would remember like, oh yeah, that's still not done yet. It's like somewhere where I'm not at my computer to just like bring it up. Mostly because it's also just such a, just a little itsy bitsy thing. Hey, look, a gun. Who donks the Hydra? So the Hydra is currently this seed, a BLZR from Dad, and then whatever was sent from Ultra. So we're getting rid of this for sure. And if Dad's around and, you know, I did not read where Candy was. Castle. So, doing this one, ideally we do Dad's, which would just leave... Right, this fucker. So yeah, ideally 1 or 2 seeds in Hydra. There's a chance we could do it Saturday, but it depends on how long you think the seed is going to fucking take. If it could be safely done as like the 2nd or maybe 3rd if this just goes to shit and then I lose every dopamine in my brain. Sort of a thing. No, I'm definitely not leaving this level anytime soon. These never go long. Never, ever, ever does putting it on Drop Sanity with a bunch of requirements and then so many things to just eat hints. These have never gone long. Not once. No, not ever. Yeah, to my teacher deciding to do another run before sending it. Know the seed you made is beatable. Okay. Well, that's some good testing at least. Just to make sure everything's working correctly. That's a lot more due diligence than would normally happen, so good shit, Ultra. Good shit. In past history, expecting a redacted option by end of week. I mean, I agree with Kelly here. Is he wrong? Is he wrong? This has happened many times before. Interesting CVs. I was gonna say if that was pineapple. Like, oh, we're just doing this now, aren't we? Right, nothing there. Where's Funky Galleon? This probability for even more jank beyond the current test? Okay, y'all are talking a lot of hype about this newfangled torture feature, and I'm like, I don't know what feature there is even left that could that could warrant this kind of hype. That's where my concern is. Because this is the way y'all are talking about, you know, unless you would be just lying to me on the internet, which you would never do. It's like, oh yeah, I could see this being a fan favorite feature. And you've been like, oh, I'm gonna use this regularly. I'm like, I don't, what the fuck is this? What fucking feature could this even still be? What is there left to implement? Finally putting the fucking driving license into the pool, where I can't do boat minigame or car minigame without my boating license. Enemy souls? Enemy souls, I think we've had too many conversations about. Just like, it just, we just don't think it would fit that well. The feature almost is Shadow Shine coming back to help. I did notice him in the Discord a few times. I did notice him in the Discord. I'm like, I don't know, maybe that's just like post GDQ successful run hype. And then he's, you know, coming back from getting milk at the corner store. Right? You know, he's back from his annual trip to go get cigarettes. Right? I'm like, he's around. He's not normally is, you know. Probably just for post-GDQ fun. And now, I'm being told it's related to the newfangled feature. What feature could this even be? I 100% believe that I wouldn't be able to guess in a million years because I've run out of things to guess. Make it 10% worse from chat. I mean, that's just called crowd control. And, like, that's been around for, like, a year at this point, and I still haven't done it. DFC. Yay. Alright, what F C Not worth that. I'm a punch away from doing better detection, man, I've just noticed. Probably just a logic change. Yeah, it's all just because we made Lanky's arms 5% longer. The hype is real. He can stretch his arms out just for you even further than before. What a time to be donking. Alright. Protecting my hype and preventing it. I mean, surely you could have figured that out ages ago. Right, you just look at when I gen a seed and then look for the suspicious BLZR being genned. And it's like, yep, that's it. Those are those two. We ladies and gentlemen, we fucking got them. Do get hype, that kind of thing. We're using what is Chaco 1.6? What does that even mean? Is that some code library? It's like, oh yeah, we're all hyped. We're moving away from JavaScript. There's some weird fucking library. Oh yeah. Can't wait for the game to give me any key. Donk, finally on the cloud. Oh, I think I found the key I was asking for. Betcha that's in one of the pages of hints I haven't done anything with. They Doom on Donk? I mean, maybe that's it. Maybe they put Doom inside DK Arcade. Right? That's out of the scope of the rando. New version of Donk ran out a checkbox for you to check if you're using Jabo 161. Oh, is that one of the, like, N64 plugins? 'Cause I vaguely remember seeing, like, Jabo Sound or something as an audio plugin. You finally get tilt controls? Is that what it is? Permanent first-person mode? You just get motion sick anytime you attempt to roll. We're starved for memory? Buddy, all of us are. Get in line. It's 2026. Everyone's starved for RAM. We got imagine. We never don't have to worry about emulator issues anymore because we've just recompiled the damn game. Jump. I wanna come snuggle again. Hey. Nice L on the keyboard. GB, don't want that. Have the textures in every single wall. I mean, we have Donk in the sky right there, and we can confirm. People do need to see every texture. Alright, throwables. Horn someone. Alright, hold on. HGB, even better. Alright, back she goes. More comfortable arm, apparently. What the? Did I just... Yeah, you can just get tagged by standing here with Chunky. Weird game. Yeah, I heard there was a second one. And this one wasn't the fake one I saw earlier. Salmon Helm near the pineapple door? That's goofy. Oh, I should have done this with pineapple. Or, not pineapple. Triangle. I'm just peeking to make sure, like, nothing's in there. You know, I have Hunky already, it's in aisles. I'm like, I don't know, maybe I need to be on the lookout for random Hunky checks. What was that? What was over there? What the hell happened here? Guess I better leave. Okay, let's go. Let's go check. Do you mean the moon is on the path to courage? I actually don't know what that means. That's a pretty legitimate question. Thank you, Reverend, for the raid. Morning gamers. We're doing some ringtail settings, which... Oh. Which move is this? Stand? Stand? If it was Baboom Balloon, I could, you know, in good conscience, do Lanky's Igloo. We're just in the neighborhood. But, like... Now I have to do it in bad conscience. Triforce Blitz, Dungeon Rewards, Shuffle anywhere? Huh. Yeah, that doesn't sound like too great of an idea. There we go. Way up there. Alright. Level 3. In what this is not a simple love order, but it just keeps sending me in this direction. Neither of the goons in the lobby have anything. What horrible henchmen these are. What side am I on? This side. Trombone. I really should have stopped by one of those headphones. Especially since I was in caves. Maybe I should read a hint at some point. Read them now? Okay. No, no, no. I think I was better off before I had read them. We're gonna go put those back. Shit. Yeah, you better fucking apologize. You make me see that on the first page? How dare you? I love ignorance. Knowledge is but a burden. I don't need that shit. The minecart loading zone ends, referring to BLZR hinting at the pretty much always vanilla entrance of Chunky Minecart leading to Chunky Minecart. He's talking about that. Oh, the Woth hint? Yeah, there's a Woth hint. It can also get hinted by an entrance, which is the complaint. Right, I didn't get any more intimate energy, so SOL on that one. How we doing? We're doing fine. Did a almost, not vibes only, but vibes mostly BLZR with minimal pain. And now it's ringtail settings. And I was told to read my hints. The first hint I read was Tiny Beetle Race Woth, so I've closed the hints. We will open them when we are feeling less afraid. Mostly because I don't know when the game's gonna tell me when fucking getting my next key. Probably a Revit setting. I still don't know what it is. Vanilla shop? No. Alright. Where the fuck is this next available entrance? Where the fuck? The next good key would be 5, but I don't have access to Owl Tree. I don't have diving. So, like, where's 4? Aztec shops can't reach there either. Shit, which means diving is just lying around somewhere. Oh wait, I do. Funk. Where would diving be? Half metal? Yep. A half metal. What a crowded corner this is! Surely we have more locations for doors and not just this alcove 3 times. fuck is this? Alright, let's go. Whoa, hello. I didn't even know I didn't grab that door. There are 4 doors! There are fucking 4 doors in this corner of the map. 1, 2, and then 3, 4 up there. The 5th one is in Stormy. But yeah, the half medal is just essentially whenever you set your CB, your medals to a door, set your CBs to a door, yeah, that'll be it, to an amount. If you enable half medals, you can also have an additional color banana related check at the halfway point to whatever your medal requirement is. So if you have something on 30, for example, in this seed, and have half medals, you will also have a second free check at 15. Okay, alright, we're doing an Isles loop. Because I foresee a key or diving around here. It's probably diving. If I had to wager, I guess. Pearl. See the secret thing? No. Secret thing is probably going to be like Saturday-ish, I would imagine. This is just slop sanity. Full loop around in case there's another one. Check what my entrance should have been. Alright, any vanilla dirt patches back here? Off back yonder. Oh wait, I got Gorilla Gone. I could probably do Chunky's Cabin right now, actually. Almost there, you might as well. I don't have a lot of you. You can pop up on doors. I just need to find the fucking key or diving somewhere. I think it has to be diving. Nope. Alright, let's go back and check the cabin. There's like 1 or 2 more enemies I could probably go and look at. Mainly the ones by Lobby 2. The ones I continuously forget. But I've also decided I want to come here for the sub-benefit of there being a pair of headphones. And I can use that to use my instrument again. So I guess this isn't a punch lock check technically now, is it? Because of where I've spawned. You know, this door is shut. I'm just in here regardless. That was a horrible angle. And in my mind, this river is much thinner. I'm just doing my way out then. Nope. AOCBs. I'd let you boot me on the nose if you would also let me trim your fucking nails. Those things are really sharp right now. Why won't you sit still long enough to let me trim your nails, cat? Jerk. Alright, give me that. Alright, back to Isles looping. I never checked the snide. Snide has things. Like, well, I mean, that's a move that doesn't help. I mean, even if it was a Kong I had, that move still does not help. Alright. So... What have I missed? Five time with Chunky. That was gone, wasn't it? Yeah, that was gone. ILCBs to stuff? Piss off. Even by Lanky Caves. Those things. Snide Zone Isles medal. Oh, in some way, yeah. Because of Snide 25 to 32 is to 6. Which I really need to get around to updating my fucking restrictions paste bin so I could just ban this option. Because it's not good. I was just like climbing prod or some dumb shit. It's not hinted. Actually, it's interesting is that it's what the item that locks Snide is on the ILC because Snide himself is in factory. This is known information. I forgot this door again. Did I ever slam the Lanky switch? Probably not. I slammed Chunkies, I know that for sure. Come on, Stan, you gotta do something for me. You can't let me down like this. Shifting arms again. back to the left arm, are you? I was gonna say. The idea that she would lay down my left arm for so long, nuzzle into my right arm and goes, "No, I'm going back left," after about 20 seconds was enough to distract me off the fucking platform. Come on. Something. Maybe it is an ILCB angle. Chunky's missing 20 but doesn't have a gun. Anything else in the lobby I missed? No. Factory and case lobby don't have any space. I mean, you could probably fit some things in factory lobby or like CB's locations if you're not paying super that much attention. Treetops? I really hope not. Well, there's CB's up there. Oh, sorry, wrong way around. No, I don't even think that reaches. You know, even with the illegal, it's still 5 more we need to find somewhere. Like, it doesn't solve the issue. I'm pretty sure that's still just a pack of 5. Any logic Go-Go didn't account for? As in, you're making it worse? The clockwork in the grunty lair for 3 feather nests. As in, you're shooting a clockwork into the spiral mountain grunty entrance for 3 nests? Using clockworks? The fuck is wrong with you? Stop that. Easy Tricks is already miserable enough on knowledge checks. You don't need to keep adding even fucking more. Easy trick, but no one's gonna fucking want to or think of to do it. You're like, oh, you don't, you know, if you don't want it, don't turn on the setting. Well, yeah, the only way you can play with shuffling BK moves is if you do turn on that setting. It's not an optional requirement. If you want to actually use half the settings of the fucking YAML, then, like, you gotta turn on stupid easy tricks. Which is just a knowledge check hell with no documentation. And I'm also with Milk on that. Not every little individual thing needs to be in logic. You're just making this more complicated for someone to learn. And if their eyes isn't glued to fucking universal tracker, they're like, what are they supposed to do? Like, building a logic setting that has to be, you need to be looking at a tracker the whole time, I think is shit. right? Because there's so many stupid combinations of is it possible that it's like... What's my next pack? Hints. 33, okay. It's not great. What else is still here that I can do? The underwater loading zone with Beak Buster. Loading zones? I mean, we've known about the underwater thing in, like, jail, prison compound. With CCL? Alright. Pile of hag. Alright. Clearly, at some point, I'm gonna need to make sure that, you know, once 2E standalone rando has a proper set of hints, that I'm going through the logic myself, and I'm going to undo anything that Zenpok may have learned from 2E AP, and just get that logic fucking annihilated out there. The logic fix is to simply delete more logic. Because I refuse to let this atrocity happen twice. I cannot let another 2E based randomizer be doomed by fucking if it is possible, put it in type of shit. Where the fuck is this next thing for me to do? Where's the thing I've missed? And why has it not gotten hinted? The ammo uso setting? Oh yeah, let people actually be able to, like, actually be able to play with the fun settings without turning on stupid logic. It's not even Chunky's metal. Cool. Back to where we were. That guy was a trap. Don't even. Oh, were you gonna? This is another wonderful case of I just don't check for fucking Snides Splat. Is this it? Well, it gets me one more hint. By the entrance, as I just said, that guy had an ice trap. Forest, Vulture Race, Forest. I'm glad I get no hints for the 3 levels I have access to for 50 minutes. This is your reminder. This is an ice trap. Groovy! Moving on.
What's the matter, trainer?
Drop sanity, mostly. The rest of the settings, honestly, as well. The matter is currently these settings. The fact that there's something on fucking 32, like 25 to 32 blueprint turn-ins. Random settings? No, they're ringtails. It's not even random, it's just him doing it again. And again. And again. And again. And again. Wants to get banned? He probably does at this point. He keeps fucking doing it. Unless it's some sort of exercise in wanting me to update the restrictions to account for it, in which case, I don't know, if you want me to update the ban list, just choose a setting that's not gonna get banned. I don't know, that seems like a much better reason to do for fucking both of us. What is the stupid fucking thing that I've missed? I haven't switched Sandy, that's the thing. These are just normal things. It's a good rule. Yeah, don't get banned. Is that easy? Random enemy? It's probably on some random ass enemy. Issues I've thought I've gone through all of them, and whatever it is so Sphere Zero-y enough the hints have decided it's not worth hinting. Oh, is there another one of these behind the fucking thing? Thank you! Unhinted diving. Anyway, forest? Crazy! Well, I wonder where the game wanted me in this level. I just want to update the levels. Nice Cecil. Oh yeah, it fucking feels like it. All it's missing is barrel throwing and diving. There's about like 80 fucking forest hints. I don't want to go back and read them. Mostly because my cat's on my dominant arm. And typing with one hand is atrocious. Like, it really is like a different feeling when playing with like pretty much all custom locations if you don't have like, I don't know, something to counteract it, like spoiler hints, which is, you know, how I used to do it way back when way before flop era, and then I came back for 3-month vacation from Dog and apparently just decided I hated drop sanity. It's like, I think spoiler hints are best used when there's a shenanigan afoot that's, you know, you're using to counteract the shenanigan afoot. And, you know, customs are a pretty strong shenanigan. Right? And that's how I think they're best used. Because otherwise, if you put in too many custom locations, you're just hedging. It's a lot of hedge. And if you miss one thing the first time, you're not fucking finding it the second time. My toes. If only. If only it was so simple. Mostly because it's very hard for me to actually, you know, sit with my feet on the ground. I just... I'm sitting cross-legged right now. For one thing. The other half of the times it feels like one leg is like crossed, the other's on the floor, and then I definitely can't type one-footedly. Yo, is there to shuffle hints in the item pool? Yeah, don't do that. Sound lap. She does do that sometimes, but then she's just like, no, I need like the head and neck support, otherwise I'm gonna wake up with horrible cramps. And then she's decided, you know what, your arm's pretty good. That's also a pretty warm thing on your body. You know, I can get warmth and good head and neck support. Perfect. What a great place to nap. And then she lays there for hours on end. Maybe I do need to get like. Like something nice. See, that is also true. She's also the content machine and the main character of the stream. Right, but also she has a history of not sitting on anything I buy for her. It's really hard to tell, but right above my shoulder is a fluffy little cat bed looking thing. It's been there for at least a year and a half. She has not slept on it once. I have tried putting her on it, and then she will immediately jump away like, ugh, I don't like this. And this feels horrible. So it's like, the surfaces that she will ever sleep on are extremely inconsistent and not predictable. Hell, that other spot back there, the big old cushions, have been there since I moved in here fucking 6 years ago. And, you know, well, she's only been here for about 3 years. She didn't decide she liked sleeping on there until this past August. Up until that point, she's like, I didn't like that at all. So, like, her tastes are inconsistent. Sometimes I'll find her taking a nap on, like, the bathroom rug. She's an insane cat with inconsistent tastes. Nice trap. What are the forest hints? Steer here to stuff. Oh, that's coconut to stuff. What is that? 6-8 Diddy Doga. There's a center beanstalk thing, into a bunch of stuff. Picky sleeper, pretty much. To the shock of absolutely nobody, cats are a rather temperamental creature. Which I can't exactly complain too much about. Considering how often I will flip back and forth between approving and disapproving of settings, ergo the drop standing conversation we've been having, I am also rather temperamental, so, you know. She learns from the best, apparently. What was this into an owl tree? Hi. Would you look at that? Diving, ring another seed. Nice and unhinted diving. Which is gonna be twice this week. Oh, there is like a spot up there. Whatever, we'll grab him later. Just making sure I looked at that. Alright, there's a center and beanstalk to a bunch of stuff, which could be very easily minecart or the, like, 4 bees. Yeah, a horrifically placed crate tucked behind a fucking thing somewhere. But yeah, it's diving for purely level and access and just doesn't get a hint. Which is crazy. It's like, oh, it's Sphere Zero, you should have looked at it. It's like, yeah. You probably could have told me it instead of telling me that, like, oh, baby, I need to do... fucking, I don't need to do 5 ship. You know what else could tell me not to do 5 ship? A hint that tells me diving is a waff, but not for any other paths in particular. That would also tell me not to do the fucking 5 ship. Yeah, all the seeds are optimized for pain. Because when you turn on enough goofy settings that just puts shit anywhere, it tends to, you know, gen shit seeds. Gestures broadly at Ness sanity. That's right, the conversation's back to shitting on 2 EAP. It's like we never fucking left, fellas. And then there's Cranky. That reminds me. That last didn't tell me. Nope, that last hint still did not fucking tell me about diving. But it did tell me about the equally Sphere Zero Isles enemy on the pineapple case that got me hunky. But not the diving to several levels. Don't look at me like that. I'm allowed to seethe and cope and mold. Diamond rates on the score, it's probably not even that bad because it's just like, oh, it's a Sphere Zero crate in Japes. It's just tucked in a spot you're not looking at most of the time. Not sure that was Hunky. Which one was it? Because it was either the Hunky or Feather. Nope, it was Hunky. This is the Pineapple Cage, and then Pineapple Cage 1 is Feather. So it is Hunky. Because, you know, I have a chunky face. But it should be, yeah, because it's in an annoying spot that isn't vanilla. And didn't get a hint. There should be a bonus to any, like, the unhinted score if it's on a custom location. If it doesn't already have one, I would say it should get like a little boost to its unhinted score, just on virtue of not being normal. Crazy thing about this Cranky Kong is that, like, he's hinted like 6 things, but, like, I haven't seen anything on a Cranky shop that's of use. This is bad. Well, boss is getting boost. Yep, that's understandable. Stand? Sprint? How ringtail settings works? I don't know what you're talking about. I know what the settings are, and I just didn't see the fucking crate walking by. Listen, just because I know how the settings work doesn't mean 25 to 32 blueprints on the path to Key 6 doesn't make it any fucking easier. I've required every time. I don't... He doesn't want Jape's crates required every time. I don't know what your point that you're trying to make is. Something about Cranky? Yeah, it's just, it's Cranky on the path to a bunch of stuff, and I don't know what he's for. That's the thing. I don't care about his location being on minecart. Because, you know, there's a center beanstalk hinted to 80 things. The thing, I'm like, what's the fucking point? Is like, what is the recipe hinted for, right? Jetpack, sure, but also, that's more than just on the path to fucking Key 8. Hence why the phrase, on the path to many things. If it was just to 8, that'd be a different conversation, because I know exactly what it's referring to. But it isn't. On the path to like 3, 4, 6, and 8. Have any other Bonanza themes have been converted yet? They're all really funny. Walls! Walls. Yeah, it's a vanilla bug where occasionally walls just, like, trap you in the Shadow Realm. It happens. Ow. Is there a bee around here? Bee muscle fishes had nothing. Yeah, sometimes the walls get really hungry and they just happen to swallow you whole. It's fine. That's just what they do. What's down there? Rainbow coin. Actually get to do this as intended with homing ammo. Good. That's your tip. If a Robo Zinger ever gets stuck in there and doesn't decide to leave, just jump up enough that it tries to kill you and ends up killing itself. There's your cool tip for the day. Also, foolish to explore the Frantic Factory foyer. Thanks! There's a fun hint that's worth having. We love junking 4-drop sanity checks. Alright, scaling to other stuff yet? Where are my Kongs, by the way? By Lanky. By Diddy. By Lanky and K's. Okay. I suspect I might want to be doing Beetle Race right about now. Except I don't have a high jumper. Where's Tiny? By Lanky and Forest. Is that gonna be... I mean, I have Sprint. I'm writing these down now that I don't have a cat on either arm for the first time in an hour. Aztec Beetle. 3-8. P. Doga Diddy in 5DT. Woth. Lanky, Mazo, Enemy. Woth, Shapes. DK Half. Tiny's by Lanky and Forest. P6 on, what is that, 25. Foyer. Wow, I was gonna say, I don't remember actually updating the hint to be calling it Foyer, but I just typed it in and all completed, so maybe I did fix it. DK is found by Diddy in Forest. P8 Oasis. P7 Lighthouse, which is probably just where that is. Woth. Fairy behind Tiny Temple. Igloo to Doga 1. How did I get there? Stand? Stand? Surely it's not just stand. Oh. Stand. Woth, Helm, Enemy, Nav, left. That's post Blastomatic. It is found by Lanky in Caves. SRM. Chunky for Grilligon. P3, 6, 8 and ILCB. P3, 4, 8 Chunky and ASH. P6, 8 Diddy and Doga is Coconut Shooter. P3, 4, 8 Cranky is Cranky Kong. Woth, Diddy, Vulture, P, Green Kongs and Mills. I wasn't that thing in Mills. Sprint? Alright, we're making a return trip to Forest. Woth, Hunky, P68, Llama. Yeah, brief intermission. I'm gonna go check the rabbit real quick. I think I was focusing on literally anything else. I didn't bother peeking what was on the rabbit himself, even though I had trombone. I'm like, I don't feel like I'm gonna pop up with sprint anything. You know. Plus, it gives me an excuse to check what this guy had, because I didn't drop down to get him either of the 2 times I've been here already. This is actually the worst trap I could have gotten. How am I supposed to banana port with this? We're fine. Alright. Tiny, I presume? Should've done that earlier. Well, I might be cooked. I'm gonna get stuck on something. Alright, can an enemy help me out? Real quick? Just like get in the way. Yeah, I've lost, so let's force yeah, there we go. Vulture Race, Beetle Race, and Rabbit Race? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's the gist of it. I'm not even fazed by it. Alright, let's see if level 7 is, Aztec. Because the Cranky Hint leads directly into the Aztec Shop's hint. I'd like to get that out of the way, if at all possible. Good. I don't even have to check what the cost for the door is. I think I'm pretty content with those numbers. Now I just gotta hope it's not on like Kongs I don't have. And there's no one there. Somebody order 800 mana bells? Alright, what about checking K's connected with Flanky? Well, now that I have a high jumper, I can actually probably reliably get into Cave's Beetle. Thanks for the scouring, game. Appreciate it. Oh, just the scouring of that one already hinted region. Hope this is very cursed. Oh, boy howdy. You don't even know the half of it. I have something in, I have key 6. And then something else, apparently. On Blueprint Turn-in 25 through 32. Which, I think the thing is key 6. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be the thing that key 6. There's probably other paths like about. We don't know that for certain. A blueprints, it is from 25 to 32 because Ringtail, I don't know, seems to want me to update my ban list, seemingly. Even though yeah, it's been ages since I've seen a paper trap. God damn. Forgot it existed for a second. Mental health, I should, but I also don't fucking want to. I don't want to edit the fucking paste bin. Because then I'll actually have to warrant, like, fine-tooth combing through every other setting on the site to be like, alright, was this bad enough that warrants getting banned? And then, like, the site also got reorganized a while back, so I need to, like, reorganize the fucking ban list as well. And it's just, I don't want to. It's a lot of work that could just also be solved by my viewers not being dickheads and putting their snide rewards up to fucking 30. Man, at least my music pack is fun to update because then I get to actually listen to new and exciting songs. The band list just reminds me of horrible settings and the malicious spirit of my audience. They suck, I know. They're horrible. I was gonna say, did that trap ever activate? But no. It didn't. It was just like a minute delay on a banana peel. I'm not even mad about that one. I'm impressed that it was that long of a delay. I just assumed it happened and it just nothing worked. Perhaps it's such a long delay, you just assume it's a bug. Alright, well that's not the shop we're looking for. Should really check any boss door in Aztec real quick. I don't think Aztec CBs are in it or anything, but also have like so much. Yeah, there would probably be a bean finding. Probably still on the home door. Alright, you'll probably see some random thing to 8. Which, there are so many random hints to just 8. Like, it's going to be found. Oh, it's over there. Another rainbow coin, thanks. Alright, please be on a purchase I can actually do and not like DK. Thank you. Alright, the item that is so important that it's the crux of the fucking seed. Nothing on jetpack either. And what was it? Punch? Shocker! Punch is important. Maybe I should keep in mind that there's a blueprint there. Punch barrel? Who knows? Am I blind? Oh, you're in the middle, basically invisible, and have a rainbow coin. What a fucking combination. Yeah, we can say hi to Toy Monster. We can also almost say hi to a chunky bingo. Oh, there's just a second one of you! Vines? Are you one of the Oasis States? Oh no, you're the fairy behind the tiny temple that's Waff. Yeah, because you're it's just for how bullshit. I really forgot that was even hinted. I just knew I need something in Oasis. Oh, there's still something in Oasis! He escaped mines early. Which means there are 2 other things in Oasis. Probably has something to do with the goddamn vulture race that's hinted. And something else. Helm Punch Barrier? Who knows? It could not. If it's start of Helm, then, you know. I don't know. Tiny Temple's open. Time to... We got a... No, I don't have menu. I can see it already. Funny little custom CB location in the peak zone. And melon and melon. Good. So we have... Probably done picking up GBs at this point. Oh, what are you? Are you one of the slams in Aztec? You're one of the slams in Aztec. There's no arena back there. Where do I even want to take Punch? And this was Galleon. Alright, so this is Punch to 4 with nothing else to work off of. So... There's underground to a bunch of stuff, like underground stuff, Fire Temple, Token, Diddy Phase. Probably should be the lanky one. Mines. No, I'm gonna go all the way back to caves real quick. I do kind of think Diddy might be on the beetle race. This balloon I don't have, but I don't know. There's enough shit laying around that I can just assume it's on some freebie check that I haven't done, and that puts me into the beetle race to get Diddy. Plus, Punch gives me an extra thing or 3 to do in caves, so like I might as well. Nice hint door. One moment, Mr. Beetle. Alright, I'm starting to suspect that Kongs are only on race locations, which suddenly means that if DK is on a Forest Diddy location, then he's on our race. Yeah, you can do pool customizations, right? And because races are a subset of the locations, you can do shit like that. Ringtail also has done previously putting shopkeepers on race checks as well. But seemingly he has moved some of those things around. I guess who has not paid attention to what ones those are. So yeah, Boom Boom Balloon is just chilling somewhere in Logic right about now, right? There's several levels of tiny checks and also just Galleon that we haven't done anything with. Could very easily have Boom Boom Balloon just vibing in it. I'm gonna definitely need Rocket Barrel. Like 5 things. Fantastic Beetle, we're gonna need that and that as well. The Lanky Mazo enemy is just available once I have P4, which is on some just random punch check somewhere. That's about all I can deduce immediately. If I need Doga 1, I'm gonna need barrel throwing. With how many paths are just the straight Doga 1, it also probably means I don't need to worry too much about, like, thanks. Don't need to worry too much about, like, arrow throwing holdables. Holdables are probably dead, I would reckon. There's a Diddy face as well. So I need peanuts. No one back here. What else? If it's not so much sanity, I'm gonna need port. Alright, let's do Tiny Zigloo, just because I guess I'm in the area. So, where to next? What would be the next best thing? We need to be looking for Gazump. That's the through line is I need to find, not Gazump, Rocket. I need to find Rocket Barrel so that, I'm taking the worst way to route this. Find Rocket so I can get Diddy, or get DK off of the Owl Tree race. Which leads our remaining shopkeepers on Galleon Castle and Factory, which are probably Seal Race. Honestly, there's 3 races it could be in Castle for Candy, and then for Factory, it's Tiny Car Race. Assuming they are on a similar location, because Frankie was already on the minecart. So, where's the best place? You need to just do things that have, punch checks, and Galleon Caverns is not a bad place to look. There are worse places. If you're also very funny, you can start thinking about Toy Monster having my key. Because Hunky is just a straight waff. You don't actually know what that's for. You know, aside from Chunky Face, which is complete by now. But, like, that's besides the point. What side am I on? It is the sigh. What are these CB placements, dude? CB's just frolicking in the cannonballs. Straight line. True. True. Don't need to worry about those. Let's go do this while we're in the neighborhood. CB's hiding in the seaweed. Which really just sounds like the name of a star in Mario 64. CB's in the seaweed. Almost missed it. I didn't. Because I need every one of those fucking blueprints. Any crates? Good. Good. Kev? Kev! Buddy, what's up? Five-Door Temple is dead, so I don't need to worry about opening that. Where's the CB in 3D space? Hello? 10 blueprints total, something like that. Yeah, that's 10. And down. Many to go. What the hell are you? Blast? Grab? Okay, sure. Suckass? No, they're horrible. They're a horrible setting. If not restraint. And if there's one thing my viewers don't have, it's restraint. Right. Dokapon instead. That's not gonna help. That's not gonna help anyone. Might as well. Yeah, it sucks because, you know, it's a high number. 25 to 32. Alright, I'm sure the settings play fine if you stick to like 8 or 16, like the first two block events. Which is why I said the settings sucks if you don't have restraint. If you can help yourself and not add 40 checks, then I'm sure it balances pretty okayly. What is this camera angle? I have to keep that in mind. hope I don't need that. But, you know, desperate times, etc., etc. Site is locked by peanuts. Interesting. Alright, let's find another level I can do punch checks at. Starting with... Factory. Let's say it's on bandit detection, man. Why not? Oh, wait, hold on. Before I forget. Oh, you are here. I mean, I needed that at some point. I did need that at some point for Beetle. Just now muddied up my path to my path a little bit. Where am I going? Yeah, the mushroom men are fun. Especially when you catch them in midair. I'm just kind of hovering. I see you've noticed that I've stopped writing down hints, and that my arms are free real estate. Haven't you, dingus? I think I'm like too far in front of where the barrel's supposed to be. Energy logic? I mean, we could if we wanted to. The option's still there. 20 out of 20 MacGuffin checks? Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a shit ton. There's a shit ton of MacGuffins. The only way you can alleviate it is that if you forcibly start yourself with, like, excess of the items. Like, no joke, there's genuinely, like, 5 or 6 of them. Right? Big top tickets, there's only 4 of them. But, you know, close. Cheeto and Pano, or, yeah, Cheeto and Pano if you don't have filler. Then Honeybee. What else? Not a 45 out of 45, but, like, Jade Totem can kind of fucking suck. Still. Not the burgers and fries. The burgers and fries aren't even cool yet, unless they are, in which case, we're gonna lose it. Hey, look, I found key 4. There's a lot of them, and there's no way to set buffers for them, unless you were to, you know, again, give yourself starting items that don't detract from the entire pool, but they are just extra copies. Which is what I do for both Jade Totems and Big Top Tickets. Because... Oh yeah, also, Jinjo families. Every Jinjo exists, and is technically a MacGuffin with no buffer. Ruins other people's experiences and just don't care. Yep. That's the funny conundrum. All right, you can turn on a goofy setting and it will ruin someone else's night. Because then they have to wait around for your stupid MacGuffins. Okay, with what they're getting into. I mean, you don't always know what are you searching every other competitor's fucking YAMLs? Are you double checking that no one else's settings are shit? For every game that you don't even understand? because that's a lot of fucking work. Maybe I have to exit the castle out of this way. Yeah, Tiny on Cheeto reward 5 because Green Bean forgot to junk it. And then also, there were like 6 items in Mr. Patch Arena because of Ness Sanity that was on the Weldar entrance. You know, notoriously impossible to reach Weldar entrance. Alright, what do we have in this area? We have an underground Mazo enemy. I don't think House's Bees were hit at all, though, as well. Right, there's just so many settings that can go so incredibly catastrophically fucking wrong that it's hard to predict, and, you know, the solution is to not enable a setting in the fucking first place. Our frame one feature, you would think so. You would think so. You would think having thresholds and buffers would be a feature. No. Fucking no. Dang it, Nelson Castle I wanted to really do. Single number full MCs that will reduce cost of BFI. Oh yeah, and I think for a while, I don't even was Rare Regime even shuffled way back then? Trying to. I don't even know if that made it to item rando scenes. Because it must have been like so early that it was like pretty much like at the same time Vanilla Item Randos was released, because I don't ever remember. Yeah, fairies weren't in the pool, but I don't remember if BFI's GB was ever there. During early date item rando. Because again, yeah, as like Rock is saying, a 20 out of 20 fairies for it would be actually fucking horrible. You know what, let's just go all the way down to Mazo. Adjustable thresholds for 2 down. There was a non-zero. Yeah, non-zero sounds like they'll worry about it when they actually get merged into main AP branch. Which, you know, is going on like 9 months at this point. Not a bad idea. Yeah. Saving players, AP players from themselves is only occasionally a priority of the devs. Occasionally the devs are also in that same camp that need to be saved from themselves. Hey look, we found Baboon Balloon. Glad that's finally accounted for. Now Diddy's in logic on fucking Beetle Race. Never happened? Never. I say that as an AP dev who's putting off QOL features. Alright, cool. We'll just not do this. I've just been putting off dealing with, like, Unity UI elements to try to add QOL for, like, what checks you still have available in each region. I also need to get it to stop fucking crashing randomly. There's Rocket. Another thing to 3 and 8? No, it can't. Which means there's something else down here. No, the port is the 3 and 8. Port is the 3 and 8. Rocket is the WAF. I don't know, Mini Monkey away from Beetle Race. And I'm gonna go grab my Donkey Kong that I am almost 100% sure is on Owl Race. Maybe norms? Yeah, mostly because, you know, it was the base rando first that added AP implementation later. So they already, you know, knew the value of quality of life. And that shit is kinda sorta really important to game feel. Instead of just throwing your consumers to the fucking wolves. There's also the Vulture Race, which we'll do at some point. This is the Kong, right? That was too fast, and I did not actually read what that said. So... I'm gonna just do it anyway, because I'm convinced this is where it is. I forgot that the owl had customized dialogue, and that it didn't just say Kong. If I did, I was probably gonna press the text a little bit less. Yeah, that did say Kong. In its roundabout way.
Welcome to bonus stage.
Noisy Jungle Beast is what that said. Okay. I thought I saw something with the letter J in the middle. Like, I have no idea what it could be. Noisy Jungle Beast would be up there. Alright. What next? Coconut Gun's on the path to a bunch of stuff. Let's go and do visit to Aztec for the 5-door. And and also the vulture race, which is just something else to eat. Of which I don't even know what it is. I think DK's 5-door probably has peanuts. It's just like, what is beyond that? I don't know what vulture race is. It's probably just one of like the helm door things, like bean or coin. Look at all this rainbow coin. Apparently, this is just the money vault. Alright, that is where Peanuts is. I need to get to the rest of these items and check this first. That's right where I thought it would be. Yeah, shoot one of the switches and just like nothing fucking comes out. I know that's Peanut. That's why I said I'm gonna hold off so I can grab the other things. There's more checks in the 5-door. And I want to deal with the timer of him shooting at me. Until after I was done. Alright, does this open these settings? No. Alright, so there's a 6, 8 in Llama Temple. Listening? Is Arena up there? I bet you that's the other thing hinted to 8 out of Oasis. Either that or like a splat up there. Yeah, it also gets me most of Galleon, but surprisingly it's only the path to Diddy and Doga. And I'm pretty sure the path to Doga is just taking it to James Case and Mind to do Painting Hell. Alongside Stand. There's one of them. Sometime next week. We shall see. Depends on what day, because... Oh, stupid Rumpus. Why are you gonna make this... Okay. Yeah, I'm not giving this any thought. So... yeah, it depends when this week. I'll probably be doing stuff Sunday. Friday night, I'm definitely busy. Saturday's the stream. It would have to be at some weird time. I need to accept my Saturday. That would have to be just like Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Those are weird times for that. Right. Yeah, we can figure something else out. Actually, no, I could probably do Sunday, actually. Because one of the people I thought I was going to have plans with, I just realized, remember, said that they were not around this upcoming Sunday. So Sunday actually is a... Wow. Can't believe that wasn't something. Did I get something else in Oasis and not notice it? Did I not kill something in Oasis and not notice it? Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. While I'm in the neighborhood, I know I wrote this down for a reason. Okay, so one of the Oasis hints was an empty coin. There's a second one. But what? Oh, it's Beetle Race. Doi. There's a Castle Room state that I never did. Whoops. Let's go clear out more Castle Rooms. Because there's an off chance. Actually, no. 3, 6, 8 on ILCBs. Let's do those now. Let's do one final loop around for ILCBs. Because that needs to pop up at some point. I have everyone's guns except for Chunky, who has already done his medal. Ergo, this shouldn't be too painless. Or it shouldn't be too painful. What is this? What is this? Okay, loop around, back of aisles. I think there was... We haven't seen what's on more dirt, and yeah, this pack exists. No, there were tiny CBs there. Oh, there's also... Or tiny coins there. Bongos? That's the hint. The hint is referring to bongos to a bunch of stuff. So that points me in the direction of caves. Yeah, that's the strongest place that's gonna point me is caves. Unless we want to do like factory lobby. Caves. Caves really ring a bell right now. Aside from that, not really. We can go do all the caves bongos checks anyway. Some of them are even coconut unlocked. Which does partially intersect with what I'm looking for. So I would think it's the 5-door cabin for DK. Coconut guns. Pathing to similar things. Actually, no, because 3 isn't on that path. Bongo's on the path to 3 for... Oh, no, I know what Bongo's on the path to 3. It's just for Helm. DK, who is not a required Kong. You... DK, who is not a required Kong of Helm. Nice clipping. Just has key 3 in it, which is why Monkey Board is path to 3 and 8. But like none of the company coins are 3 and 8. Baby vulture, just taken care of. How's a chunky, tiny metal? Why have I not done that? Surely I did that. Wait, is that what I got parts? Hold on. Yeah, that was the Mazda. What did I get? What was on Tiny's metal? The boom balloon. Oh, yeah, that'd do it. Alright, well. Rip that. Probably that crate, actually. If Coconut Gun's not on the same paths. It's not that either. Interesting. It's gonna be on his igloo then. There's another bongos check I'm not thinking of, like factory lobby or any other use for bongos. Now I'm presuming I'm going to be getting out of this is blast. Which should be somewhere. Really? What's that fucking pop? Oh no, wait, the 6 and 8 in Llama Temple. That's just referring to the inside of it. Oh. Uh-oh. That's just referring to inside of it. It's on, like, the concage. Oh, that's a problem. Ah, shit. Alright, I'm gonna go clean up, like, Castle Roomsday at the very least. Which would be about coconuts on similar paths. Yeah, okay, yeah, no. That's why that is the way it is. I'm just missing Blast. Which really, coolly, and truly could be fucking anywhere. So I should probably be a bit more, a little less, carefree when checking these later levels. Yeah, I was just checking if there's a splat here, which, there, he's not. Alright, what is this fucking Scooby-Doo ass balloon location? I really hope it's really just the one of those. there's not like 4 more I'm not gonna grab. Yeah, I blame you, man, too, says man holding the very suspiciously placed new Castle CB's hat. Guess I probably should check in here, huh? 16 GBs. Barely even halfway there. However, whatever that item was wasn't important. Is there a 4th of you? Well, I'm gonna just pretend that's a room that's cleared. So where do I think Minnie is? I think Minnie's the Llama Temple thing. I just don't know where. I looked at that guy. I saw little purple gloves on him and thought he was a purple claptrap, even though I know they can't spawn there. Morning, Uberant. How y'all doing? I really wish I had oranges. Right about now. Nice big guys. I'm not gonna say no to another blueprint. Damn, they gave me a medal for doing absolutely nothing. What a game. Another junk item. Cool, cool, cool. Can I start finding my blast, please? If I haven't found my rooms, GB. Uh-oh. I play the rand of it. It's pretty good. It's pretty damn good. I need this blueprint. Or much better. Just can't stand still, so I won't even like shoot them. The GDQ run. It was a very good run. Very quite good. You will probably see a couple of differences between that run and this. Mainly, there being a lot more items than there normally are. But, you know, welcome aboard. It's a good time here at DK64randomizer.com. Ah! Yeah, welcome to the stream where there's a suspicious number of the development team just vibing in the chat. Sometimes I don't understand why. provided no useful fucking insight. Like, well, no, I know why. Because they just like torture me with new settings. Yeah, we're playing a scene that was submitted by one of my viewers, and I'm kind of just going around looking for checks that are not going to be hinted, which is very tragic. It's a light form of torture in a lot of cases. In some cases, in most of the cases. In general, most people are just here because of this dingus cat. Little cat down here is the cutie. Without her, I'm nothing. Alright, let's do... We're gonna need to do DK's Minecraft in a moment. I'm realizing that I'm kind of 50-50ing on where Candy is. And I'm going to have to suspect in here. And not on the car race. On virtue that I kind of sort of want the shopkeeper sooner rather than later. But yeah, the vanilla but better preset is quite good for reacclimatizing yourself to Donk if you haven't, you know, beat it or played it in a while. There's a lot of... What the... Why are there so many dudes in here? There's a lot of QL of the devs that put in this rando, and it's nice to just have that QL during your playthrough. Because then you already know all the fun stuff going when you eventually move up to the rando itself. Tag Anywhere being the big one for most people. I don't mind the tag barrels, but I know it is a pain point for quite a few people. I know where the devs are here. Yeah. They like to... Why is his spawn location the ceiling? I simply need to know. Why is his Splat's spawn location the ceiling? So he can come down at me from the top rope? Well, someone has to answer my question. What's the point of all you devs being here if you can't answer a simple question? Why is the custom splat on the ceiling? Random settings, between game, you can play up to 3,000 quid. Or most things are. There is a beginner preset even. That is, what's the phrase I'm looking for? More, I'm trying to not just use the words beginner friendly, but not nearly as complex as the standard race settings that you would see on most other DK streams, or the same race settings that were on the GDQ stream. We've got quite a few things. And that beginner preset specifically also uses like very direct item hinting. So if you watch the GDQ run and you're like, what do all these paths mean? And you're like, that seems a bit much. beginner preset uses a lot more straightforward settings of just saying, hey, looking for this, try looking for this item, try looking in this location. Which is a lot easier to parse than something like 4 center beanstalk to 348 chunky phase, ILCBs to 368, and any other horrible paths that can get extremely dense. Anyway, I need to go do Lanky Wind Tower, because at this point I think it's... Or, actually, no, Ballroom. Ballroom and Wind Tower are my options. I'd much rather choose Ballroom, because that one probably has better checks in it. So I need something out of Castle Rooms. Like, now? Still don't have oranges. If you find Donkey and Hideout pretty simple to understand. Yes. But, like... No. Don't do that. I do need to get you some sort of heated bad cat. If only you weren't so picky. A check tracker? That's the one tricky bit. Is we used to have a map tracker that was pretty up to date, but it has not been touched in a while, and there's a lot of discrepancies. Especially since, you know, the map tracker was also mostly optimized for A, an older version, but also B, with oh, that isn't where that is. Oh god, I am doing like a Wind Tower. But what am I trying to get at? The map trackers and check trackers are a bit more out of date, I believe. I don't know if anyone's got one that's updated most recently. But yeah, for the archipelago, there is a map tracker, but as Greenbean is saying, it's not one-to-one with the logic, and it's also like super weird. But yeah, we do have like lists of what checks are in which region and require what moves, sort of thing, but not ones that sort of like if you've ever played the Twilight Princess rando, they have a very, very robust map-based tracker that you can even just import like the settings into, and then automatically will just like adjust and like what checks. You have that? We don't have that, tragically. But there's a lot of like non-automatic and sort of just general settings in, you know, lists and spreadsheets that are available, but not like a proper like check tracker. But yeah, Donk is a very dense game, and also is the peak of all randomizers. So over the years, the community has thrown together many a resource to help people get into it, because it's good fun. Anyway, apparently I now realize I never tagged any of the warps at the start of Castle. So whoops. Okay, that's not anything. Yeah. I really just need to find last. And then the seed. Well, okay, it's blast and also the blueprints. I'm giving myself a lot of credit. The blueprints are just gonna like solve themselves. Up against warps, I was thinking about every other enemy in Sphere 0 of Castle before dropping down for the warps, and then I just never did it. But I'm getting there now. I'm walking over to the warps so I can go and kill the last enemy. Eat that. Alright, what is my count at this point? 21. Minecraft Mayhem minigames? Oh no, they definitely not. They're not even enabled in the race settings. There's also, yeah, as Snap is also saying, there's also an option where it's kind of gotten like remixed in the rando, where instead of, you know, just avoiding the, you know, the enemy barrels for 60 seconds, there's a version that is being worked on where you ride around the little track collecting coins, and then once you have enough coins, then the minigame stops, which makes it a bit more interesting. But, you know, if you don't want to play it at all, you can just disable it. You can just disable individual minigames you don't want to play. Beaver Bother's the most popular one to not want to play, because it has a reputation for the vanilla game, even though in the randomizer it has been improved considerably. It has been considerably improved, and the beavers are much more reliable at getting in their hole compared to vanilla, where it was a bit more inconsistent. Oh, that was annoying. Alright, Mayor checks laying around. Yeah, I need to do Wind Tower. Stop getting distracted. Go do Wind Tower. If it isn't here, then, that's a problem. I didn't think of any homing ammo before this, did I? No, I did not. And it's random pickup, so I have no idea where any homing is gonna be. Alright, cool. We're just gonna have to leave that behind for a little bit. We will put a pin in that and come back to it later. Actually, you know what? No, Monkey Port is just to the 8. Maybe I go back and just grab barrel throwing. I know where it is. I haven't had a need to go back to because it's only to the Dogged in 2 fight. Galleon is of no use because everything peanut locked is turbo dead. Some paths. So it's really only gonna be useful for blueprint gathering, which, you know, I'm still missing quite a few to get to a safe threshold above it. And now I'm here because I know for the fact that key 7 is locked in Lighthouse area, and, need to do this at some point. Hello, tiny clump. That's why I thought it was some other enemy. I couldn't tell who. Alright, yeah, there's 7. And there's also homing ammo. Alright, let's... I have 45 homing ammo the whole time. I didn't check if I actually had homing ammo. I just assumed I had 0 because I've been firing so much. Well, it's fine. That check's not technically in logic anyway. it. Nothing, 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 nothing. Except for that lighthouse area. The 7, that one solved. Please. Thank you. Good. Don't need that. Where, oh, where, oh, where is Bee Blast? Where, oh, where is Bee Blast? You're right, I don't have that pad because I haven't been to that side of the level. This is the one I want to use. Where could Bee Blast be? Blast. I probably am going to want to open lighthouse area if only just like finish everyone's medals, which are probably either ordering off one another. On my way. Whee! The stars in 3D space. I don't care. Don't want it. Don't care. Alright, anything useful on candy? I thought small shops were on. I haven't seen anything more than like 3 items on a shop. So I'm really just like back here looking for like blueprints and CVs. My ship is completely dead. No one spawns up here, really. Did I ever check the Galleon boss? Galleon market. Oh, I did! I marked it on a different part of my tracker. Because it has a blueprint on it. That makes way more sense. I'm like, why would I not check Galleon boss? Because I know I've definitely been in here. No, it's because of it's the other reasons. Don't unload the star before it opens. Okay, Yeah, popcorn, don't leave that, okay. Our door I don't want to unload? I disagree. Because I unlocked it from all the way over there. And that door is nowhere near being rendered. It is 100% the star that needs to be continuously rendered and loaded. More trophy Thomas. How are y'all done? Welcome to a series of unfortunate blast casinos. So I have no idea where B Blast is. Alright, hold on. There's a... Probably should grab that. Checking Mr. Patch. Unfortunately, I don't have EMP yet. Nor washing machine, for that matter. So I can't check Mr. I know this isn't anything because of the thing. Two World War C, you still have 11 moves halfway through your clear of World 1. Yeah, so even if you set your first 2 worlds to 0, it's still early fill biases. Unfortunate. I was really hoping that would help. Okay. You know what? I had never checked Creme Coconut. Even a seed, I have a tendency to forget this. Alright, any other coconut checks that I feel like doing? Japes. I have not been back to Japes since getting coconut. There could be some things locked behind the Ramby cages. More specifically, behind the big Ramby phase door. Also gives me a nice opportunity to check my blueprint count and see that I'm still not in range of the important items. So it gives me a very convenient time to go and grab barrel throwing. Needing to play an OGDK. If you want to do that, you would be looking for the helm doors, which should be in the endgame tab. I think that's what it's called on the stable version. You want to look for that, the helm doors, and then just like the one that requires the company coins, which are the Nintendo and Rarer coin that require you to play Jetpack in the other one. Just set that door to none. Just take it out. You can also get rid of the crown door if you just really hate battle arenas. That's in the menu where it would be. There's barrel throwing, right where I want it, right where it's needed, and right only hinted to Doga. Back to business. I wish I was on this display now I think about it. There we go. Do this in one go. Things I don't think are anything important. Lost them open for the hell of it. What else would be coconut got unlocked? Literally just DKs, actually. Yep. There it is. Oh, Japes DK half metal is Woth hinted. I'm stupid. Literally not a casino. Literally not a casino. I've been running around for an hour for nothing. I just completely forgot that the hit was there. Well. Playing Donk Rando 1 Overland. Please remember to read your hints. Well. DK half. Why didn't I just do that earlier, dude? Why didn't I just go to Japes? Why didn't I just go get barrel throwing earlier? Even if I didn't ever remember that Japes DK half was Woth, like at least I would have in the area started doing coconut gun checks as like the only other thing hinted to it. I would have just been doing Japes checks and then would have stumbled into that blast. Yeah, I can still play on C1 diving. Also in that rascally Japes. Alright, so here's what the order of operations is gonna be. I'm gonna go in here. We're going to get Mini Monkey off of the Kong cage. We're going to do the Beetle Race for one of my other company coins, presumably. We're going to go back to factory and go grab Snide off the car race. And then we're gonna just hope we have enough blueprints by then. I also had to do something about that castle ruins, but that could also just be on like the tiny race in there. Yeah, I don't even need to check. I know exactly what that is. Don't have that slam. Don't need that pearl. Check more blueprints. So I'm down like 3 at the bare minimum, and then 8 at maximum. Well, that helps. That certainly helps. Because now I don't have to worry about doing it out of logic with the homing ammo. If I just continue to forget that I have homing ammo. Perfect, okay. I didn't take the 2 warp. Just preemptively get it out of your system. What if I notice it? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that probably does take away a bit of the fun where I'm like, yep, I definitely didn't do this properly. Let's see. Can't wait for it to banana peel me as I'm trying to climb the tower. And then it just knocks me off even after I make the timing. Please, 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 please. Okay, thank Thank you. There it is. Alright, what did I say this was? Bean or the other company coin? Yeah, this is Bean or the other company coin. Wait, what's Wath Helm enemy left half? Am I still missing? Six? No, 6 is on Snide. Rare coin. Yeah, 6 is deep in Snide. It's the 25 to 32 we're worrying about. I don't realize, I'm trying to figure out what item I would need for Helm. Or the item I would need that would be in Helm. Because Key 3 is just in DK's room in Helm. That's a non-issue. The complete non-factor. Bean right next to the Bean door? Maybe. Maybe that is where the Bean is. And the company coins are just on races, but Bean could be anywhere. And, okay, so in that case, what's Castle Rooms? I still have something for Castle Rooms. Whee! Did that path not actually get solved? Double check. Castle Room State is still there. This is definitely still there. Orange minigame? God, at this point. Yeah, 23 blueprints. Off by somewhere between 2 and 7. Okay, and also have, like, 29 goddamn rainbow coins, dude. Alright, this is 100% without a shadow of a doubt, Snide. This is just where the seed's gonna have to start getting real, even more grindy for blueprints. Being a third seed, probably not. Unless, like, that's LZR is just like, oh yeah, you can wrap this up in 2 hours. The only thing saying really between me and doing Dad's BLZR is this cat on my arm, and I probably can't get away with Vibes adjacency doing it twice. Helm Order is tinier, chunky. Well, there's the thing. I don't know my Helm Order because I haven't had Snide for 3 hours. We will find out that mystery together in a moment. Very tragically, more blueprints can't be on the Snide's reward, so I can't just, like, just keep going. I can't just dip Helm and worry about the 6 later, because I need 6 to get into Helm. And for 3, for that matter. So... back up and do Castle. Trying to figure out what's going on up there. I don't know, maybe it's like Helm Start, and I've been missing Pineapple this whole time and not realized it. I don't know. I didn't actually look. Is this a blueprint up here? Maybe. On car race? No, Funky's on seal race, but he's not needed for anything. So he's getting left behind a little bit. I have a castle rooms check I need to go solve up top. Like, I don't even think I've seen a blueprint on Funky. The only blueprint I've seen on a shop was the Aztec Cranky Diddy that I got, like, an hour ago. What area you landed? Castle race then? It could, right? And this part, it is. What if it's the museum that everyone knows about? If it is, we're cooked. If it is down there, we are absolutely cooked. That's a long trek out of here. Despite being on the other side of this glass wall, it is a gorilla-proof glass. I cannot simply smash my way out of it. Oh, right, we're doing fucking stupid checkpoints. Where are we going? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that one from the other side of the fucking planet. How could I have been so blind? Sorry, cat. I need to play one of the other worst settings in the game. For fuck's sake. Fair and reasonable? It really isn't. It really isn't. Lamb! Lamb! Help! I did your stupid fucking race again! The beat or not, it's not tracked. Therefore, I do not have it in my inventory. Therefore, I have to do this again. The real joke of this scene is it might just be flat out unbeatable. Because it just doesn't spawn me in bounds enough. Like, it just doesn't let me get the beat. Missed the checkpoint. Oh, I'm sorry. That one I'm not allowed to skip, but every other one I'm fine with. Sorry, I don't know the custom locations for all of this bullshit. I love the setting that makes me do the car race 5 times to actually get the check. It's fun. Hey gang, I think this seat is unbeatable now. So, would you like a BPS, Bellum? Can I do anything? I can pause. But, besides that. Anyway, this is my agenda against, shuffled car race. Leave the map alone. And otherwise, you know, this shit happens. Alright, well, at least it's just the bean for the bean door and I can maybe work around it. But also, like, fuck. I can just clip through most doors. But also, like, what the fuck? $24. Oh my god, there was actually 25th here. Okay, we're fine. Anyway, cat, are you done? Would you like to come back on my lap? I assure you the screaming is over. Hi. Alright, let's change the tick. I mean, yeah, I can do that. There's like, it's a big question mark now. Alright. Let's begin. Let's see if we can make it at exactly 25. Just like seeing where we're at. $25 was the lowest. So I would need exactly on 25, which, you know, very unlikely. No, no game, no bean. I can't. I can't get it. It's stuck. Still going. Any seed you found right now? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing a second one after this, and even if I was, that is ahead of you in queue. Who I think is still kicking around. I don't know. Alright, it's not exactly 25. Can we see it from here? Wow, it really was scoured to one potion. I need one more. I have key 3 because it's in Helm. We know where it is. We know where key 3 is. Yep, it is on 26, even though the region starts at 25. Good, and there's an item on 27. Damn it. Which at this point is, like, its oranges, or twirl, just not needed for anything. I hope. Galleon, where do you think I'm going? Where do you think I'm fucking going? Hello? You think I just wanted to do Galleon lobby for shits and goes? No, I'm doing it because it's the only I have the only known blueprint in Galleon, and this is along the way. And if that happens to be it, then that's just something slightly easier. And slightly less time consuming than whatever boss this is. It's Army 2. Those rules. What is the rules that you've broken? What is the restriction that you've broken? Because the answer should always still be no. But, like, what is it? What is the thing that you broke? No, you broke it, you're trying to slip in anyway. Metals, what did you... What did you do? I really wish it was fucking Galleon lobby, dude. It was Mad Jack. And more to the count, as in 10 over the limit. This is the bug of the week. The bug of the week is that I can't get the reward for Castle Car Race. Like, Tiny just does not move over to the pedestal where the item is dropped down upon you. And I think it has something to do with the fact that it's, you know, the checkpoints are shuffled around. I don't know how long it's been broken, but I like to think that no one plays with this setting, and anyone who does play with this setting just happens to not want to do the reward. And therefore has not noticed that it just doesn't spawn you wanting to do the reward anymore. Yeah, play with the setting. When's the last time you've gotten the reward for it? That's my question. When's the last time you actually got the reward? had to actually do and deal with the checkpoints. 3 seeds ago? Alright, that's surprisingly recent. Which means it's a fun new thing that broke it. Yippee! Alright. I'm doing this in the Galleon Snides. Just for, like, shits and giggles. Wow. Alright, gimme. Really hope I don't need that last potion. God help me if that is, like, twirl. And I have a twirl minigame to do an Elm or something. Probably should have checked who the order was while I was over by that snide. Now that I think about it. What the hell are you doing up here? That's what I thought. I mean, I'm not a big fan of one car on the start, but most of the issue drives cover with it is like, you know, an AP, but in standalone rando and also it's just slow. You need to backtrack through a lot of things. Alright, so I have no idea what the helm left navigation item is referring to. I have absolutely no idea what the item is referring to at this point. Not key 3? I don't think so, because nothing else that's been hinted to 8 has been hinted to 3, so I think 3 is just in DK's room or something. It's been my theory. It actually isn't. Alright, well, I guess it is key 3. Oh, wait, it's not. Okay, never mind. Okay, so the reason I wasn't thinking of it, because none of the coins of the beans was hinted to 3 as well, and I'm like, you know, can't be past all that. But no, it just means the warp is next to the barrier, before the first barrier. Anyway, I'm gonna make sure I don't go for the cutscene skip, because I kind of, sorta don't know who the order is. Please. The only real tragedy was didn't have a big bug bash on the restream, and Kyber didn't have to deal with it. Or has he overcome that issue, the skill issue? And has apparently passed it on to me. The BPS for? I can't get the reward for Castle Car Race. Like, I've completed it twice, and the Castle Car Race just doesn't give me the reward. Definitely wouldn't happen to be the bean for a helm door or anything. So now I have to go do helm terminal clip. Yeah, Tiny did not get warped to where the reward gets placed, so it just kind of sat there. Thankfully I could, you know, pause and exit, but it's borked. It's pretty borked. Alright, Edie's Chunky's room next. Certainly doesn't help that Castle Car Race also had the puzzle, or the shuffle on, where the checkpoints were in god-awful locations. So I had to do that bitch like 4 times. A, to complete it, and B, to make sure, you know, it wasn't just a 1-time bug, and it is in fact a 2-time bug. So, you know, really raising my opinion on that setting. I didn't realize I was up. That's what I was hoping. I really would hope that they just like swallow glass and die, and then, you know, the berries can go for free. Song needs to be louder. Barely hear the sound of my rhinoceros. Alright, not doing the skip because I still don't know who's next. Probably Tiny. I reckon it's Tiny. I probably could have gone for the skip because I noticed the blazer being on earlier. Is it really vanilla order? DK? Yeah, actually, yeah, maybe it is. I think it is actually. DK Chunky, Tiny, and then it's Lanky Diddy. Neat. Anyway, we have one more room that we can get jump scared by a twirl minigame. Please don't actually be the real twirl minigame. I'm going to cry because I had to do this again.
Welcome to bonus
Just more
stage.
bugs. It's fine. It's just more bugs. Why didn't I just do that the first time? Way early. Way early. Alright, let's go grab key 3 from left nav, which I think is right before the door anyway. For the sake of it. That's, you know what? A nice even 30 rainbow coins. Just what I need for all the purchases I've made, such as... Alright, nav left enemy, I presume. Anyway, thank you to this fairy for, reminding me where to go for this clip. Appreciate it. Yeah, I do want to be DK for this, not Chunky. I think I do want to be DK for this. Maybe I want to be Diddy for this. I want to be Diddy for this. Anyway, we did it. We got past the door. Yippee! Car race has been fixed. For sure. Most certainly. Alright, did I miss anything else? I don't think so. I have every move barring twirl and oranges and pineapple, and I don't think those are needed for bosses. Unless I just forgot a key, I'm about to be rudely awoken. Nope, we're fine. Okay, that was a mess. On key 8? Nope, it is key 8 and then also Karul. Which is why I have paths to Diddy Face, Doga, and Chunky. See? No, not really. You know, Blast was completely on me. I should have looked at my fucking Wathans. Diving can still kiss my ass. That diving still sucks. And I also definitely didn't enjoy going out of my way to get 26 fucking blueprints. And I swear to God, if I see another scene where that shit is above 20, I might just limit it to 6. Not even just ban the setting outright, just limit it to 6. Just to completely neuter it. Which is less humane than just not allowing it altogether. Last potion. Pearl, oranges, or pineapple. Take your pick. It's one of those. Because red slime is an Isles, not on Snides. Actually, it does say in Snides lab, right? It doesn't say Isles. For the region, does it? It does say Snides. Okay, got it. I'm like, because we do consolidate Snides into the Isles region for spoiler hint reasons. So I'm like, surely someone has had a slam on a Snides and just noticed this. Races and minecarts have shopkeepers beating points. Yeah, that. Yeah, that would. That's how I deduced where Lanky, or not where Lanky, where Diddy and DK were, because I clued in that Kongs were also included onto the throw everything on races category. And that's why when I got that sprint, I'm like, maybe I should turn around and go do Rabbit Race. Bean also being there makes sense, considering, you know, that's why I was on the castle race and not anything else. Couldn't have been on. Good dodge, Diddy. Oh, for fuck's sake. Diddy. Dog. Please. Alright, where is that log? Let's see what's on that final Snides item. And then also see if diving got it was like, hey, this is a very unhinted item. Alright, what's our potentially awful locations? Grape Triangle, Gorilla Grab, Chimpy Charge, Key 4, and Snide. Diving didn't even make the list. Was it didn't work? Nope. Diving was not hinted anywhere. No. Hinting towards diving at... There's a cheap storm here at a 6 and 8? Okay, maybe where is a hint? Where the hell was that? Maybe I am just blind. I have no recollection of that hint. Alright, yeah, that would explain why I don't have a score. Apparently there is a hint just sitting there referring to it, and I just completely missed it. Read the hints? Well, it should, right? It should assume that no one reads their hints, and therefore should boost the score. Methinks, at least. Alright, what was the thing that thought was bad on hinted? Grape? That was grape for. Triangle on enemy in Sphere Zero Factory, sure. Because it was dimmed? I mean, it wouldn't have been dimmed at the time because I wouldn't have had the item. Just every time I passed through it, I just didn't register a Japes stormy area. Just weird. So yeah, all these items are apparently just like random enemies and shit. It also really doesn't think that the Isle Snide is well hinted, being the .66. But I think that just the game knowing that the check is bugged. Alright, well, that explains that. Alright. What's on the Snides? It is... Please. I chose the worst way to search for this in the log by searching the word blueprint. Is that there isn't a billion instances of those. It was PTT. PTT was on 27. Pineapple, which I thought I needed for some reason, because I don't know these settings, is Force Antail Enemy Gauntlet. Alright, that was... If I needed that for a non-skip start helm, I was just screwed. I was never in a billion years thinking about Antail. And then that just leaves oranges. Which is the Caves Boulder Small, which I wasn't going to find because Barrel Throwing was dead. Barrel Throwing was hella dead. Okay. That seed sucked. Snide really is the easy way to just make a seed feel like dog shit. Is to be like, oh hey, go grind for half of the Snide items. And then some. I really don't know how I missed. Yeah, how did I just miss the Stormy area thing? Equivalent of Hell 100 GB blocker? Essentially, yeah. It's, you know, you still need half your things. Alright, you used to be able to, you know, because of the restrictions on where blueprints could be placed, be like, alright, I'm missing X check, or X amount of blueprints, right? For DK blueprints, let's go do DK checks. It's how I got through the Hell Seed. By relying on that knowledge that I could get out of it like that. But you know, not anymore. You kinda just gotta go wherever. Anyway, kind of like metal or something, maybe, but like. No one's gonna do that. I don't know, Snide rewards just feel weird. They feel weird to play with. Because either you gotta keep it so low that you basically just have all the blueprints all the time, or you know it's your early sphere fill, or they're too much and it just feels like you're grinding. Alright, now maybe that's because that's the only two extremes anyone has ever given me. No one has given me a snide count that isn't ass. It's either like 8 or 32. I really... Yeah, it's not a sensible value, it's probably fine. The issue is, you know... No, that's not what ends up in my inbox. Okay, I'm really debating whether or not I want to get that seat out of the way right now. But that would depend on whether or not they are even here. Which I'm not sure if they are. It is probably pretty fucking late over in the UK right now. Ever tomorrow? Oh, he is here! And he's telling me to stop. Cool. Alright, so in that case... Just not gonna bother. So, yeah, it will be Dance Redeem, and then Ultras on Saturday to start. If Balam's Funny Thing is done by then, we would throw it on there. Otherwise, it'll probably be like the next Monday or something. Who knows? Because I think this is going to be... Yeah. Because this Saturday is the last Saturday I'm going to have for a little bit. Because the 24th and 31st, I have plans. And will definitely not be around. And even then, people are trying to make plans for me this Saturday evening. Which I, you know, at like 6 or 7. And it's like, maybe I can fit a seat in there, or a stream in there rather. But it will require me to actually start at noon, which I know I can't do right now. Because every fucking neuron refuses to get out of bed on time. String for pearls? Oh god, I'd have to... I'll get back to you on that one. I don't know when the last... I would have to throw it through the morpher. I don't even know if it's been updated or when, I don't even know the last time I played this. It might be like a good month and a bit since I've last touched it, and I'm gonna throw it through a morpher or two. But yeah, I'll toss that your way at some point. Anyway, yeah, thank you all for watching. Next stream, Wednesday, we'll be continuing Pokemon Conquest. Funny little game of funny team building analysis paralysis, my favorite genre. And then Saturday, more Donk Redeems. Which may or may not include the funny setting that is being teased for not actually getting released for like another 7 months. Maybe that's Saturday, maybe that's Monday. Who knows? But we shall see. Alright. Who's live on the internet right now? Who's a name that I recognize? Berry. They're doing some Kevin by the looks of it. No, that's not Kevin, that's Ensack. Sorry, I just saw the Kevin tracker and didn't actually read the stream title. And I'm like, wait a minute, this doesn't have like, you know, doesn't have point counts on it. This doesn't look like Kevin, but oh, it's the other one. Just using it for non-Kevin purposes. How could I have been so blind?